We got YouTube, we got Twitch, and we got Twitter, aka X. Let's see how this goes. I'm going to be reviewing some debates today and see how I do.
When I searched it up, there is no actual documented cannibalism in any U.S. slave owners, right? Like, of course, they did unimaginable things to the people. And actually, even what I just brought up about them feeding the slaves, other slaves, this would actually be used as a way to scare them. They didn't actually do these things again because it would just led to a bunch of fucking psychopaths running around. You know what I'm saying?
What I'm saying.
So yeah, it's actually one of the things that comes up here. There's a book called The Delectable Negro, and apparently it's like there's like an allegorical consumption. The idea that like they were consuming slaved people. It's used metaphorically.
Now, bear with me here. I'm trying to see if there is a decent angle to actually show from this. It's I'm trying to use Riverside today, which is different than StreamYard. Let's see. Some layouts are better than others. There's this. That's not very good. There's this. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. But if I want to do like the picture-in-picture kind of stuff like that, well, then there's like adjusting the monitor, adjusting the camera, adjusting the light, seeing how that's going to work. Much better.
A lot in the book, and
this is re-examination of the actual format itself and how it's going to look.
It says here, when I'm asking where is this coming from, says that maybe this is where the idea comes from, because it talks a lot about like consuming slaves, but it means it metaphorically, like how the body was like metaphorically consumed by the system.
Oh, that sounds like leftist shit.
Yeah,
down the line. It does.
I'm just giving you because like when re-examination brings up a good point. I don't remember ever actually hearing or reading about any documented U.S. slave.
Hey, definitely not. Whatever. How's it going out there? So yeah, I'm just reviewing my own debates. When you say the circle is cool, oh, the circle, this little bubble that I'm in. Yes. So yeah, I definitely prefer that to like the phone shape over here or the side phone shape over here. Although I do like seeing re-examination towards the bottom. That's okay. I like the compactness of this. What's interesting too is I'm looking at the chat here. And gosh, it shows all three platforms at once. You got the chat from Twitch, you get the chat from YouTube, you get the chat from X all at once. And it's like, my gosh, maybe I should just consolidate it somehow. It's kind of inconvenient, but we'll do our best. Maybe I'll just keep the chatting in the actual microphone for response and not in the not in the chat bar itself.
Owners that were fucking eating their slaves.
Yeah, neither do I.
Now, just for context, this was from a debate between Lethe Waterkai and I believe it was Steelborn, and they were talking about should we balls. Oh wait, no, what? This is Wicked Wally versus Counterpoints. Never mind. This was a whole different debate. Oh yeah, Lethe Waterkai was saying in the open panel that the slave owners in North America used to cannibalize their slaves, which I have never heard. If I would look, we would have heard about that, and we would have heard about that for the rest of our lives. How dainty white people who had the salad fork and the fish fork and the steak fork were all like, "We're now past the slave, and let us partake of the carved slave like a turkey." I don't think that happened at all. I would have heard about that.
Do you think it's possible that there were slave owners in the South who?
Appreciate it, Def Not. You're always welcome. So, yeah, I took the week off, so this is part of the practice. I actually don't know if I can't even see myself on Twitch or X, so I'm just going to assume it works. Please let me know if it's laggy, and thanks for your support. I never tried multi-streaming again after that one time. Maybe I'll try again. Try Riverside. If it looks good on Twitch, and it looks good on YouTube, and it looks good on X, see if Riverside was the solution and that Streamlabs might have been the problem. I don't know.
Like they were born into like the white people. They're also born into this system where slavery, like everybody else in the world up until that point,
and
were born into this. Yeah. So were they? is it possible there were compassionate
Of
slave
course.
owners? Yeah,
Of
yeah,
course
right,
there
right.
was.
Yeah, that's
Of
what I'm
course
thinking.
there was, bro. Of
Yeah,
course.
Like I said, it only took 87 years to end slavery after we became an independent nation.
Right.
That
People
is
and
start
amazing.
realizing
also,
how
we
fucked
are,
up that shit is, right?
yep, and
Yeah.
we're the only colony in the West Indies that freed the slaves without first there being a massive slave revolt.
It's incredible. Like, and also the British were the first ones. They like
I was about to say the British got that done in the 1830s. I don't think they fired a single shot, if I recall correctly, because I've looked this up before. And if you read sermons by Charles Spurgeon, he was a huge, huge abolitionist, as was Charles Finney in the United States. Huge, huge abolitionist. Now, Charles Finney was more on the Arminian side, and Charles Spurgeon was on the Calvinist side, but they both agreed that slavery is unchristian, which has to do with the debate coming up this Sunday at 5 Central, 6 Eastern on the Speakeasy YouTube channel. So be sure to check that out. It's going to be a fun time. Yep.
world history was just imbued with slavery, and the British not only decided to end slavery in their own country, they took it upon themselves to then sail the high seas.
Oh, and Defnot, I'm also gonna be giving you a shout out in the. I was gonna tell you in the Discord chat, but I'll just let you know I'll be giving you a shout out in my opening statement for putting me and Aiden together. Just FYI.
And eliminate slavery around the world, and then
Like and subscribe, definitely not whatever at YouTube.
you guys were second, and yet somehow there's this narrative out there that America is the most racist country in the fucking world. It's
You know why there's
insane.
narratives like this, right? There's an idea here, right? You got to remember what was going on here at this time too. This was like the leaving the age of the cowboy, the wild, wild west, the times where, like, you know, men could live lawless and still live a life, kind of idea, right?
Yeah,
Where
the Wild
federal
West, yeah.
starting to take over and make sure that everything was under one control, right? So the way you do that is you free a bunch of the slaves so that they are on your side, my friend, right? You free a bunch of the people that would be on your side for freeing them, and then you can centralize everything because they're going to be on your side for that vote. You understand how this works? This is why they say they didn't free the slaves because they were not racist people. They freed the slaves so they could just make everyone slaves.
Okay. Well, I would agree that the vast majority, even Abraham Lincoln, if you read the Abraham Lincoln debates with Stephen Douglas, he is a racist. He does say things, and I don't have a quote in front of me. Maybe I should get one. But he does say things that denote that there is not equality between white and black people. And so that's uncomfortable history, but it's true.
That's the idea behind it. This is why people say it's such a racist country and blah, blah, blah. But, you know, from a famous man, J.S. Urban Adventures words. Okay.
Now, this is where the fun gets in, because J.S. Urban Adventures makes the argument similar to Jesse Lee Peterson that racism does not exist. I don't know how you possibly say that, but here's how the logic goes.
I don't think there is actually any racist people. I think there's a underlying hatred to something else. It's more like a tribal thing going on rather than racism, because nobody can tell you what fucking race is. Nobody can tell you.
All right, so I made a video to make this point. I made it just today, so it's a little stumbly bumbly, but check this out. I just wanted to give a visual aid and presentation explanation of what racism is, why it exists, and why it matters. All right, so let's get this settled once and for all. Racism exists, even if race doesn't. So people say, well, it's just tribalism. Well, racism is a form of tribalism, kind of like how communism is a form of socialism. In some sense, it's just a more hard, extreme form. Racism is a harder version of tribalism, and you can use it along ethnic lines if you want to. You can use it upon phenotype if you want to. You can use it on color if you want to. It doesn't matter because it doesn't exist. The idea of race is this kind of fiction, this ontological, moral, and hierarchical fiction that we map onto people we don't like, right? So you can use whatever lines you want. You can draw the lines wherever you want. It's all fiction, as I will explain. But here's what it is for real. Racism is a specific form of tribalism in which human groups are divided according to perceived lineage, genetic, or inherited traits. And those divisions are used to assert moral, ontological, or hierarchical superiority claims and inferiority claims. In other words, lineage-based grouping plus essentialism. So we have, what is race? Okay, race doesn't exist, right? Race is just something that you use to categorically exclude people based on your feelings, and you come up with this rationale, and that's what you have used in order to discriminate and think of people as lesser than yourselves or as morally inferior and ontologically inferior or hierarchically inferior for some reason. The red herring would be to ask people who don't believe in race, what is race? Okay. That it's a red herring, and it's also burden shifting, because it's not up to the people who don't believe that race exists to prove that race exists or to tell you what it is. Okay. What it is just the belief that genetics determine your worth in some way, and determine your essential character, especially in terms of limiting somebody. Like if you want to say, so-and-so is this race, and therefore they're incapable of X, or therefore they always do X. Racism is not where the lines of division are drawn, but what is claimed about the people on either side of them. So if you don't make these claims dividing people by moral, ontological, or hierarchical structures, then you're not racist. Let's give examples of not racist. So we got culture. Culture is not racist. Group preference is not racist. If you're an Italian, you want to spend your time with Italians, that's understandable. You got more in common culturally, and then you're just more comfortable with people who look like you. But that's not racism as long as you're not making moral, ontological, or hierarchical claims about people who are not Italian. Stereotypes are not racist. Stereotypes are just the average behavior associated with cultures and different things like that. But that is not making any of those claims. Closed borders, not racist, because that's a civic policy. Noticing physical differences, also not racist. You see physical differences all the time, and otherwise you wouldn't have the ethnic, phenotype, or colorism kind of divisions. Now, colorism, real quick, colorism, if you're not familiar, is the idea that exactly what it says, the kind of color you are. Like if you're black, you might say this person's a red bone, meaning dark black, and this person's a yellow bone, meaning light black or kind of mixed or something like that. Phenotype, of course, is where people say Asian, Caucasian, black, Latino, all those sorts of things. People map race onto that and say that's race. And people say ethnicity. So ethnicity would be like Puerto Rican versus Mexican. They're both Latinos, but there's ethnic division. But anyway, none of those necessarily make moral, ontological, or hierarchical claims along this list, though they have to violate at least one of these in order to be racist, saying that your lineage, your bloodline, has made you morally, ontologically, or hierarchically inferior for some reason. So we got that. Tribalism can exist without moral hierarchy. Racism cannot. So the McCoys and the Hatfields, you remember the family feud of the McCoys and the Hatfields? They were a couple of families, I believe in West Virginia, just hated each other, and they just routinely killed each other's family members. No big deal. So that's not can be compared to the South African white farmers who are being oppressed right now, because not just because they're farmers, but because they're white. And also the term white fragility. That is a racist term that makes white people uniquely in a place of they get their fragility compared to everybody else from some perception of whiteness, which we don't know. Right. If you deny that white fragility is racist, I don't know what's wrong with you. What plane of existence whiteness exists on? We just say we have white skin, and that's our clue to judge people for some kind of shortcoming that they have genetically. So you look at trans ideology. They can say a woman is a man who likes to cross-dress. Well, obviously that doesn't map onto reality. Same thing with race. What is it? If we can't ask what a gender is, can't ask what a woman is. You can't. What is a race? You can't ask that. Well, guess what? Transgender ideology is false. Transitioning doesn't exist. Trans people don't exist. People who claim to be trans and people who think they're trans exist, but trans people don't actually exist. All these are in common with the false teaching called race. And by all this, I mean, like, you got cultures, incoherent and without the possibility of defining woman. That's what I'm talking about with the transgenderism part. There's a lot of notes here. So the ideology is still real, okay? The ideology is still real. even though it's false. Let me give you another example. Let's say there was a cult of reptilianism. Let's say I started some cult and I said, kill the lizards. And lizards are just people that I believe are from another planet here to destroy us. So we have to identify who the lizard people are. We have to kill them. All right. So we got eye color. Let's say it got totally split and all my crazy disciples branched off into their own sects of reptilianism. Some say it was eye color reptilianism. We identify reptilians by their eye color. Then another one who split off says hair color reptilianism. We can tell who the reptilian is by their hair color. And then we got attached earlobe reptilianism. If you're attached earlobes, you're a reptilian. Now, these are all equally false. They're all nonsense, and they're still consequential to real life. I mean, you can look at the Pizzagate thing. That didn't happen. And people still got affected by that, by the guy who showed up at the pizza place with a shotgun. So racism exists absent of coherent definition of race, because it's possible to believe something false and that is unprovable, and yet it still have a real impact in life. So let's go over some objections. Objection 1. How do we combat this? If we keep talking about it, kind of like the Morgan Freeman objection, we have to stop talking about it. So the answer is the gospel of Jesus Christ. That puts people on the equal plane that they are already on. And arguments that are convincing. These are okay, so to explain more upon that, the gospel of Jesus Christ is the teaching from the Bible that we are all fallen sinners, meaning that God created us perfect, and then we chose to fall into sin. We chose to disobey him, and we continue to choose to do that. And we have no mediator between us and God except Jesus Christ. What does that mean? It means that we cannot satisfy our debt by good works. If you go to a judge and you say, well, judge, I've done all these good things, so all my crimes can go away. Well, that's not how that works. You've actually committed sins, right? You've committed sins before God, a holy and perfect God. This world was meant to be perfect, and we messed it up. We have no right to. We don't own this place. We don't own ourselves. So we have to do whatever God says, and we hate that. Even though what is God? God is righteousness. God is love. God gave us this beautiful world. He gave us all these opportunities. He gave us speech and art and nature and all these things to enjoy, and we decided to disobey him and spit on him for no reason. We didn't have to exist, and he gave us existence, and he gave us joy, and he gave us good times. And even with the bad times, I would argue the bad times are to remind us of our mortality and our limitedness. And when we see horrible things and people dying, we need to recognize that life comes from somewhere, truth comes from somewhere, and that's God. And so we spit in his face. If we've done that to all of an infinite God, we deserve all of an infinite punishment, and that's what hell is. Hell is his wrath for all of eternity. But God the Father sent God the Son, Jesus Christ, in human form to live the perfect human life, be a human for real, flesh and blood, just like us, but also fully God, die a death in our place, not only on the cross in terms of physical punishment and pain, but also to be filled with the wrath of God and crushed under his wrath in our place, taking our sinful record, taking the blame for us, so that if we die trusting in him only for that sacrifice in our place, then and not our good works, then we will be changed in our lives on earth. We will receive the Holy Spirit into ourselves. We will get a new heart that loves what God loves, hates what God hates, such as sin, and wants to do everything for him and minister for him. And so that's what the gospel of Jesus Christ is. He was killed, died, buried, rose again from the dead, so that we have hope even beyond the grave, given by Christ. So our life becomes God's, and it's not just get out of hell free card. What it is really is a changed life, not just a changed death, but a changed life. And so more on that in further videos. Arguments are not convincing to say racism doesn't exist if no one can define what it is. Sorry, racism is a belief system. Belief systems can exist and be false at the same time. 2, if race doesn't exist, then people can't hate it. Answer, if I can be hated for a crime I didn't commit, the mistake doesn't erase the cause or the threat. False ideas can invite hate or invoke hate. See, I can't even write. I can read. I just can't read what I write. Objection 3. It's not racism, it's tribalism. False dichotomy. Answer, it's a subset of tribalism as defined above, right up here, okay? It just means that we're not tribalistic because you're from Boston and I'm from New York. That's not a moral, ontological, or hierarchical claim. That's just mere rivalry. That's different. than having some kind of division saying your bloodline defines you or limits you or puts you in some subcategory below somebody else. Objection 4. They don't hate black people because they're black. They hate crime. So when they think of black people, they think of crime. And if they think of crime, they think of black people. Okay, answer. This is essentialism tied to perceived lineage, which is racism. That's the whole thing here. Racism, it's not the same thing as race, but if you make these claims, that's racism. So this definitely is racism. What if I hate rats? Now, there was a group of people who are once compared to rats. Now, if I say, well, I don't hate people X because I hate rats, you know, I hate rats, therefore I hate people X. What you're saying is people X are rats. What you're saying is, in this case, black people are criminals, if that's your claim, right? That's an essentialist claim. So if I say, oh, I don't hate people group X, I just hate crime, or I just hate this disgustingness, or I hate rats, or something like that, that's still racist. That's still racist because you're saying that the cause of you hating somebody else is something that's real that has to do with them. You're making them into, well, this person is the embodiment of crime, or this person is the embodiment of a rat, but it's not racist because I hate something else. Sorry, that doesn't make any sense. You're making an essentialist claim. And that is completely correct. You're making an essentialist claim. So let's go back to the ideology here.
I'll ask you, they'll describe.
And this is no disrespect to JS. This is no disrespect to Speakeasy. This is just a disagreement.
Something and I'll say, so it's phenotypes? Well, no, it's also culture. Well, wait, no, that's culture.
Now, he's hitting up on something crucial, which is if you're going to make an argument, you absolutely have to define your terms. You have to narrowly tailor and define your terms to exactly what the objection is. Because if you're going to say, oh, it's not that, it's just culture. Well, culture can be had by anybody of any lineage. So that's not good enough. He's right here.
Culture is culture. Racism.
Oh, well, there's racists exist, but there's no such thing as racism.
Nah,
I remember if I said Muslims exist, but there's no such thing as Islam, I don't think that would make any sense. I disagree with Kieran here.
Racists don't exist. That's actually not true. Racists don't.
If you want to say that Islam is false, and because Islam is false, Muslims aren't real because Allah is not real to give Islam to people, I could see that logic. I just wouldn't accept that phraseology.
Don't exist. I think don't exist.
Yeah.
Hold
on. Oh, wait,
second.
no, that's culture. Culture is culture. Racism.
Oh, well, there's racists exist, but there's no such thing as racism.
Nah,
I remember that
racists
debate.
don't exist.
Yeah.
That's actually not true. Racists don't exist. I think he's onto
right.
something here, man. Think about this, all right? Think of this idea.
Makes me feel free. Makes me feel free now. Yeah.
No, just,
Free to do what?
Like Australia,
honestly,
they don't exist.
I've thought about this, right? When I was trying to pin down JS's idea, right? So like racism as a concept exists, but racists don't exist because race itself is too incoherent to ground any real hatred in, right? So what?
Okay, I agree that the idea is incoherent, but somebody can hold an incoherent idea and be logically consistent with that incoherent idea so as to hate something that they don't understand and don't realize. So the effects are real. The not so well thought out system is real. So for example, flat earthers exist and they have all the methods to which they can bolster and justify in their own mind what a flat earth would look like and how the mathematical scale works. But the flat earth itself doesn't exist. So again, I've used all these analogies plenty of times with people in the chat, and it's annoyed many people because it's a really attractive idea to say racism doesn't exist. Therefore, you can't call me a racist. So, so I'll just disarm you by confusing you about the issue of racism. The problem is, as I proved in that short video, racism definitely does exist. It's very reasonable to believe. Every essentialist claim you make based on lineage, whether you chart that lineage in any preferable way you want, from ethnicity to color to phenotype, it depends on the individual, but they all fall under the branch of racism. Even if you want to use colorism, well, colorism is a subset of racism if you're making an ontological, hierarchical, or moral claim that comes from their genetics, downstream of their lineage in your mind. Like if you say people group X can't help but do this, or people group Y aren't able to do this just because their lineage. then that's just not true.
We think looks
And it's racist.
like a racist is actually some form of like tribalism, classism, fear, power. These are the things that
Well, even classism, if I remember correctly, there were myths about rich people that they had blue blood and therefore they were like of a totally different lineage than all the other people.
are at play here. Racism isn't real.
So you're an intersectionalist.
I think this is I think he's actually real. Like, I think I agree with JS on this.
You're fucked. You're fucked.
Tell me how I'm wrong. Race in itself is too incoherent to actually like. What are you basing the? What are you grounding the hatred in with race? Tell me what race is, Kieran.
Call it phenotype. Phenotype.
What is Kieran? Kieran, what is race?
Phenotype. You can.
It's
You
just
know it when.
phenotypes. It's phenotypes.
Bro, can you?
So if I hate
you-
a fat person, I'm racist.
No.
Fat is a phenotype. If I go into a grade school and they show all of the phenotypes lined up with their continental place on the earth, there's going to be the continent of fat people. I mean, I guess that would be North America at this point. Although I heard Mexico is not very good. Well, that's still North America.
If
No,
I
I'm
hate
saying-
fat people, I'm racist too.
No. What I'm saying, if you see an African, do you know he's African? If you see a Caucasian, if you see a Greek, if you see a Jew, you know.
No, you
Now
don't.
it's
Not
it's low.
always.
Hang on. It's low
I know a Jew when I see one.
resolution, but that's the nature of racism. Is they make
How would you like to be called a low resolution Jew?
everything low resolution. Of course, there are people who are half and half, and there are people who look like one thing but aren't the other. But it's a generalization based off
So
phenotype.
it's phenotypes.
Hmm.
Yeah. So again, that's
Skin color,
you're grounding
skin
it
color,
into
the shape of
okay,
your
but
nose.
not,
Yeah.
yes, not every African has the same phenotypes. Go to
I just
Jamaica.
said that.
There's a
I
lot
just
of white
said that.
people in Jamaica.
Yeah.
Okay, well, African, though, is a description of a continent. So if you want to say not every African and you want to include Algerian and Egyptian and sub-Saharan African in there, and then you want to throw in South African white people, yes, that's true. But the point isn't the point isn't fixing down what everybody should believe what race is. It's fixing down the fact that people believe that there are races within the human race, that there are these demarcations of people who are less worthy or are more worthy or more talented and less talented, just limited by their lineage. That's the point.
No,
I just said
know
that.
you just said that, but you're not like how.
And they use physical identifiers typically to do that, although some use cultural identifiers because it's just a moving target. That's the problem with racism. The actual criteria doesn't matter so long as they put your essential worth in your lineage.
How can you say that and then also say, but we can still ground it in that?
Because part of racism is generalization. That's the whole point. It's looking past the nuance. It's dropping off all the nuance and being a racist.
It's
That's
dropping
exactly-
off all the nuance and being a racist. So it's just not liking a certain
Mhm.
phenotype or all of
Mhm.
them.
Well, it depends on what kind of racist you are, right?
Oh.
If you're a white supremacist, you don't like any phenotype except the ones that look like white people. If you're there's two countries who hate each other, it's just that
Yeah, but
race.
Karen, right?
Kieran, can you?
Well, country is not a great demarcation either because anybody can join a country. Anybody can be a citizen.
Just real quick for all of us, let the class know, what is tribalism?
I've got no idea. I don't care.
Yeah, so tribalism would be in-group, out-group separation in general. I think that, in a later debate, he talks about you look at like Chicago Cubs versus Chicago Sox. That's also a form of tribalism. If you look at East Coast versus West Coast, that's tribalism. If you look at West Side, East Side, North Side, South Side, that's tribalism. I think, the later debates, Speakeasy brings up soccer hooligans. That's a good example. It's just, family. It could be anything.
Oh, I don't care. That's a good answer.
I don't care.
Yeah, just real quick, right? If a black
so-
person and a white person have a baby, Karen, right? Is that baby a black white person or a white black person?
I love Teriak. He is such a grenade in the conversation, but he does it with such kind of a wacky grace, if you will.
Who cares? Who cares? That baby's your mama.
Horse-sized ducks or
You're the one
duck-sized
saying that
horse-
racism exists. Or
No,
that
Yes,
what
it
you're
racism-
does,
seeing
and I
is
said-
tribalism, right? You have a tribe of people that look one way and a tribe of people that look another way, and they're not an actual tribe. They're just forming tribes because as human beings, right,
Define a
this is
tribe.
how we survive. This is how we thrive. This is how we move forward, right?
Define a
Is-
tribe.
is tribes.
Define
right?
a tribe. What's a tribe?
like a gang.
Really?
What's a tribe? Well, okay, a
It's a
tribe
gang
would
of
be like
intermarries.
a tribe would be some like social division within a group, so like within a society, sorry.
That's right.
So like you could have like a religious tribe, a social tribe, an economic tribe, a blood ties tribe is within family, common culture tribes. All right, we both like rap music. Yo, we're in this shit, bro. We love this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like these tribes are formed, and because of the internet,
Yeah.
you have thousands of different tribes you can be a
Sure.
part of.
I
You
agree. I
understand?
agree. I
Right?
agree. And that's
Yes.
not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about
So what the
the
fuck
vi-
are you talking about?
I'm talking
What's
about
a tribe then?
phenotype. In racism,
A
it's
tribe
phenotype.
is a phenotype?
No,
Oh,
it's not.
please.
You brought up tribes.
Yes,
I
you
didn't bring
asked
up
me what
tribes.
the definition.
All right. So phenotypes can be a tribe if you believe they are in racism. That's the point. Now, maybe that's not your demarcation. Maybe a demarcation of ethnicity, and maybe it's nationality, and maybe it's color. But the fact that you believe that there is an ontological, moral, or hierarchical sense of belonging of an in-group and out-group that you would violate that somewhere. For example, if Nick Fuentes says, well, you're degenerate if you marry outside your own race. Okay, well, that is a moral claim. Can you show me where that moral law exists and what that sin is called?
Of what was the point
Yeah,
of asking
because
the
you brought it
definition to say, well, that's not what I care about?
That's
was the
what that's the point of bringing up the definition to prove that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about
Okay.
tribes. I'm talking about
Yes.
I'm talking
So let me see how you just went over your head, Kieran. You agreed with me. Tribes are usually formed by some type of social or economic or some type
No, I
of
didn't.
division in society that you
I
have
didn't
in
agree to
common
anything.
with other people. You
I
don't
didn't
agree,
agree to
that?
that.
You
I
don't?
didn't agree. I just asked you
what's
your
a tribe?
definition.
No,
I don't care what a
motherfucker,
tribe
you
is.
can't tell me what it isn't without telling me what it is. What
Well, you
is it
tell me what
then?
it
If
is.
my definition of tribe is wrong, what is it?
Okay, it's right.
Okay,
I
it's
agree.
right. Thank
Yeah.
you. So, two people in common with skin color or
Mm-hmm.
looks, right? They form a tribe.
Sure.
Right. Tribalism. It's not racism. Thank you.
Okay, that's a non sequitur. Just because it is or isn't tribalism doesn't mean it is or isn't racism.
Yeah, well done.
I know. It was great.
No, that
You
was really
got
bad. That was really bad.
You
That
got
was terrible. That was absolutely terrible. You proved my point and then claimed you won. That's amazing.
What a cast of
Well,
characters.
we
Racism,
saw that.
racism is based on low resolution assessment of phenotypes.
Hey, Francine, why don't you hit the link? Francine, hit the link.
You want-
Let me see. So that was one part of the argument. There is another part of the argument I wanted to get to. Oh, was that what we call racism is really other forms of race-based hatred? Ooh, you know what? No, I think I had a really good debate
Morning.
here.
The
Now,
information
this was with Rowdy Gowdy. Let me see if I can find that. Because was I there for this one? Pretty sure I was there for this one. Pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was me and Rowdy. Oh, no. Was that not me? Was that another Swords of Reason? Was that another verbal combat? Huh. Let's see.
Morning. the information
That's a really, really good question. I'm not sure.
Nope, that was not me. Abe Dinkus. I'm trying to find one where it was me and Rowdy Gowdy talking about vigilantism.
Morning. The information shared in
Yeah. So vigilantism was the one I wanted. Let's see. Was this it? No. I have never seen this guy before in my life. Who is this? Original vintage here. JS Urban Adventures. No idea. Shill Bix. And Rev Russ has been around for quite a while. Oh, and here's Kieran. Here's Kieran. Name change JS to XS white T. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Man. All right. You know what? I think it must be in my liked videos. It must be in my liked videos. I don't remember. Oh, good versus evil. I would have loved to have been in that one. Wild card night.
Warning. The information shared in these conversations and videos are
That is so interesting. How many of these have I been in already? This one, policies and politics. Lethe Waterkai.
They were the bitch made people.
No, I was not in this one. Interesting. I wonder if it's already cut off. I wonder if that one has already been done. Nope. You know what? Maybe I was in round 103. That's what it was. The Waterkai. Yeah.
Well, he quoted Bible.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, I think this was 103, Verbal Combat.
I'm
Quote the Bible,
talking.
but I can't.
No, I'm not coming at you. I'm coming
No,
at them.
I'm just saying
Yeah,
one
my
thing, like a large
when you
body
say
of
the
Christianity
Bible, they're all
is
like, "Oh, I don't wanna
Orthodox,
hear you
right?
talk about the Bible,"
That's like
but
the
then
second largest
quote they
denomination,
died,
and that second largest denomination has a very different view than what you're espousing.
So what do you
That's where
think?
church.
Yeah,
That's
so
where
you
church
think-
authority
you
comes
think-
in.
Yeah,
That's
so
where
I
the
think-
authority of
when-
the church comes in.
When what do you
I
think?
understand.
When,
I'm gonna answer Kieran's
Oh my
question. I'm gonna
Yeah.
answer Kieran's question. Okay. So yes, Peter did have free will, and yes, at the same time, it was determined. And too bad we can't figure that out. It's just both true at the same time. We know this because the lot is. I can't quote scripture because apparently people think it's a cipher and not a text. So it's a code that somebody has to like decode for you. But it's very plain, and we know this also from Acts 17:11 when the Bereans checked what Paul said by the scriptures to see if these things were true. So even if you have an apostle in front of you, the Bible says it is noble in Acts 17:11 to check even if an apostle is accurate with the scriptures. So I'm not going to hear any of this clergy-based epistemology. I can read. All right. So this was all about whether or not you could be a person who was not Orthodox clergy, read the Bible, understand it, and put it in proper context in the light of all of Scripture and church history and church tradition. So what I decided to do, one moment here. I decided to get me, I decided to get me one of these. It's called the Orthodox Study Bible. Now, the Orthodox Study Bible has all these notes in it about their interpretations. And one of them we're going to go over later. It's Mark chapter 6 about divorce and remarriage. But that's a whole other thing. Let's see where this debate goes.
you weren't going to
It's
hear
just a simple,
clergy
it's a
based-
simple
shit.
word concept.
Real quick. Sorry, boys.
Word concept fallacy. I don't know what the heck he means by word concept fallacy. It's just something I think you throw out there to brainwash people. You know, just something out there to gaslight them and say you can't read, even though I've read the entire Bible. Okay, I'm not an expert, but I know a decent amount. And to tell me I can't read and understand it is weird because every time I look up something outside of like some church tradition we're supposed to believe is whispered from an apostle through the telephone game throughout church history from ear to ear, I know what the Bible says pretty well in a consistent fashion. And if it's just happenstance that I just keep on getting it right, I think it's because I read it and it was meant to be read and understood.
Real quick, shout out to Andrew, Rachel, Mr. E, the whole Crucible
All
crew.
right.
Thank you for the raid. Welcome everyone coming in.
All the
Welcome to
Crucibilities.
Verbal
I think there's
Combat
a debate
Friday.
around here.
I think this also kind of touches on the death penalty, right? A bit, because it's basically public execution. So if you're going to be consistent and you're against the death penalty, then
Hey,
by
you know
your
what I
morals,
mean?
you would have to say no.
Yes.
All right.
User,
Yeah,
you're
no,
mu-
it's
I think
a
you're,
browser.
Oh, speak, you're
user.
muted.
Oh, I was just saying, yes, we heard you to Darth.
Got it.
Yeah, assassination thing, like the political assassination. I mean, that's crazy. Start a whole.
Yeah, I would say
Man,
no.
Oh,
that's,
here we go. Let's do this.
that-
Let's
That's
watch
a
the
big.
debate.
Well, it is. I think any.
Nation part is like getting y'all like panties in a bunch. Is vigilantism
There we go.
Always wrong.
Here's where it begins.
No.
No.
Yes, always wrong.
No. When the law.
No, what? Always?
It's always wrong.
Always wrong.
yes.
Yeah.
Forever?
Yes.
Yep. Every
No.
every
Always
fucking
wrong.
time.
No way, bro.
Romans 13 is pretty explicit. Let's see if I can pull it up. Now, if I pull it up, will it show Romans 13 on my screen? No, only a selected one. Okay. So if I go Romans chapter 13, submission to the governing authorities is the heading they give in the NIV. Now, I want to, oh, not the International Bible Church. I can type. There we go. All right. So in case any Orthodox are watching, I'm just going to use the King James Version. We're going to read verses 1 through 5. Let every soul be subject unto the higher powers, for there is no power but of God. The powers that are the powers that be are ordained of God. Whosoever therefore resisteth the power resisteth the ordinance of God, and they that resist shall receive to themselves damnation. For rulers are not a terror to good works, but to the evil. Wilt thou then not be afraid of the power? Do that which is good, and thou shalt have praise of the same. For he is a minister of God to thee for good. But if thou do that which is evil, be afraid, for he beareth the sword not in vain. For he is the minister of God, a revenger to execute wrath upon him that doeth evil. Wherefore ye must needs be subject, not only for wrath, but also for conscience sake. And you can read on Romans 13 further and further on. Oh gosh. I'm gonna have to look back at this stream because what I can't tell is whether or not when I switch to a different tab, it shows something different. I don't think it does. Okay, if I leave that tab and I go and I pull a tab out and make an independent window, it seems to just keep it an independent window and you just see the screen as selected. Okay, give me 1 second. Bear with me. This is all new. All right, so this begins one of my debates here about vigilantism, in which I am right, and I like Rowdy Gowdy. He's a cool guy. He's got a cool beard. He's got Riz. He's got that likability, and I think that definitely helps in the polling.
Oh,
Yes.
Okay, good. And I've made my decision.
It begins.
Time for 1v1.
Oh, Voltaire, you weren't supposed
Get
to
that
be
Canadian
up
out of here.
there. Wife is making me pick the 1v1 since she was
Oh.
on 1v1. So I had to figure out two people on the opposite side of side. All right. So let me get us in the right position here. Hold up.
You ever dance with the devil in the pale moonlight?
Got this all messed up here. There we go. So nope, that's not right either. So
That was a Brie
Fact.
Rodriguez pick. I
let me
didn't know.
remind you all how this goes. Okay.
Hmm.
We are going to wait. What was it? It was.
Is
what's the-
vigilantism ever always wrong? Or sorry, is
Oh yeah,
vigilantism
yeah. No,
always
that
wrong?
was the prompt. I was checking how much I got sent because 40 is a 1v1, but because it was 50 that was sent, it's going to go to 6 minutes. It's an extra minute added on.
Sure.
So it starts off chat going to 6 minutes.
It wouldn't be a stream without water.
It's okay. If you guys want to add on time, it is $10 a minute. It is 60 if you want a solo judge. And if we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the chat poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to the both of you. Let's get it.
All right. So if somebody is breaking into your house and you think they're going to attack your children or your family or something like that, and you chase them out, can you chase them down and then kill them? Horrible example by me. This was like the first time going in, so I'm just trying to stack up the stack really high when I should be asking a precise question. Number two, the other mistake I make is he's in the affirmative, so he actually gets to make the first move, not me. Like, how much does his authority of vigilantism grant you?
Well, yeah, I would agree. There's a threshold where maybe chasing them down and then killing them, maybe not, but chasing them down and detaining them until authorities arrive and then they get held accountable. I think that's
But if you're going to make rules for how you detain them, do you need laws? And if it's laws, it's no longer vigilantism. And if they deputize you with these new laws that allow you to be your own cop, then where do these limits come from?
Well, yes, I I just want to
Again, kind of stacking up too much at once when I should be more sharp and precise. It's more honest and it's better for the debate in general. It's better for people to follow along. It's more of a tactic, and I shouldn't use that tactic. I should be more precise. Now, I can use the excuse, "Oh, I was nervous" or whatever, but at the same time, you got to have a game plan coming in. You got to know your ideology. You got to know what line of attack to use if you're facing an opponent who takes the opposite side of you. And in this one, it's first round, well, not first round, but first attempt for me. And these are the mistakes I got to eliminate from the future.
to go back one step further
Sure.
and say, if they break into my house and I kill them immediately, is that vigilanteism? Did
No.
I take the law into my own hands?
No, because that's already, depending on the state, if the state's not crazy, that's already within your rights to defend life, limb, and property. So that doesn't count as vigilantism. So that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about taking the law into your own hands, as in serving out justice like Judge Dredd. So what I would say is if you would take the law in your hands, say, I'm going to, instead of call the police and have professional investigators look into the background of this person, make sure I have the right person, make sure the right people take it to the crime labs.
Again, too many distractions, making sure you have the right person. If it's like a hot situation and you have not lost eyesight of the person, then, that's obviously different. But if it is a person that maybe you weren't sure you saw and you think you saw, sometimes police sketches are not great. Sometimes your memory isn't great and you think you know somebody from a lineup. I'd have to check the statistics and see how good lineups are actually at identifying people. According to Google AI, the knower of all things, lineups are useful investigative tools for identifying suspects, but their accuracy varies significantly based on method and administration, with the correct identification rates often ranging from 44% to over 80% in studies, which tells us absolutely nothing.
I'm going to take it on my own account. I'm going to strap my gun to my chest, go down the street. I think I know it's the guy. I think I know where he lives. And I'm going to fire off some bullets because this guy needs to go down because he's a threat to my family and he's sent me letters and all this stuff. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, even I get the sense that I've been stacking it too much. So I just be like, I sent me letters and he does this and then he put a dead cat in my mailbox. Your turn.
So are you saying that that's no-go?
Correct, for all the
That he
reasons
does
that I've
that?
met, because again, if you have, first of all,
well, hold on, because a lot of them were assumptions. Like you presumed that they didn't know that it was the right guy, or they presumed that they were just making a wild random guess. Because I believe there's actual real cases about this. It would take me a minute to pull them up, but I believe there's multiple cases where men have had their daughters get drugs that they had overdosed and passed away from. And then that father went to the police, went through all of the things that I think you would advocate that they do. They went to the,
It was an absolute Boy Scout.
Paid a bunch of money for good lawyers and asked for further, third party investigations and all of these kinds of things. And then the father actually ended up, since he possessed the phone of the daughter that had overdosed.
Who are you? I have a very particular set of skills. I have my daughter's phone. I will find you, and I will kill you.
Dosed from the drugs. He actually ended up tracking down these individuals himself. And then he actually...
It's going to be like that montage from Batman or from the Power Rangers where you see glove, boot, chest plate, gun, knife.
He turned that information over to the authorities, as most people would say, and they could not come up with a reasonable warrant to execute a search or seizure or whatever, when he was like, hey, here's the names of the people that I have found that are drug dealers, and this is who I believe has caused the overdose of my daughter.
Who I
I
believe.
would like you guys to look into this. And if they don't, then would you deem it okay that, say they go, well, look, man, we can't just go kicking indoors or whatever? Because I believe then the next step was, this is exactly what happened to him.
Okay. Yes. Even in the case where you've run out of legal options, that does not legitimize any vigilantism. that's tough news because you always feel justified. But for example, and I didn't use this in the actual debate, but let's take it, for example, that the cops knew in the next 24 hours, the mob boss who was in charge of these criminals was going to show up at this house and they were going to do a sting operation, right? So they wait for the mob boss to show up and then they were going to get him. But you screwed that up because you showed up with all your guns and you're like, I'm the hero. I'm here to take care of my daughter or whatever. That then you screwed it up, and more people were going to have more problems in the future because the same mob boss who ran these same criminals who kidnapped people and did drugs and sold drugs and weapons and all that stuff, now they're going to be out on the street. Now they're going to be out on the loose even more than they otherwise would have been if we had just caught the mob boss. So, but I didn't think of that in the moment because, a little green.
To him is he ended up exactly like you said, almost in the like fictional sense of got his bulletproof vest on, got his AR-15, loaded up all the bullets, got some zip ties, got some
look at how detailed it is. It's almost like he did it himself. I wonder.
Flashbangs or whatever crazy example, night vision goggles.
Where is this guy? But like, did he have it in his garage the whole time? I mean,
all the cool shit, got it all on, drove to the drug dealer's house, kicked the door into the drug dealer's house, detained every single person in there, zip tied them up, put them on the ground, destroyed all of the product, or at least apprehended all of the substance.
And then he did a flip kick, and everybody stood up and clapped.
That he believed was in a connection to the crime. And when
so he had the dream
authorities,
job.
They showed up to the house. Yep. And they showed up and arrested him for like trespassing and illegal kidnapping or whatever the crime was. He actually ended up going to jail for a long time.
Yeah.
Would it
is
be
correct.
more
because...
just that he does that than if he were to, I believe that he, threatened them and did all the bad things.
Yeah, because that is a long monologue, and I was able to give it to him, but at the same time, I was trying to be patient, trying to be in good faith and everything. But now, upon reflection, I can recognize this is all an appeal to emotion and all an appeal to fantasy, especially if guys are like, man, if my daughter was taken away from me, I would put on the flashbang, the strap on the AK-47s, and I would be like Leon the Professional, hanging from the rafters on my knees, dropping down upside down, shooting them in the chest until they died. I would be flip kicking and dipping and skipping and tripping and all these kind of things. I would be an absolute ninja. And it's like, that is a fantasy. That is what you want to happen. That sounds like the bad guys getting their comeuppance, but it doesn't happen in real life. I mean, maybe the story is true, maybe it's not. But it still doesn't legitimize vigilantism as much as people want to feel like it does. As much I get it. It's your responsibility as a parent to take care of your kid and defend your kid in that case. But then this is just like the perfect job. You think everybody's gonna act this way? You think everybody's gonna be just as good? You don't think it's gonna be Uncle Tony with a shotgun stumbling and bumbling around somebody else's house? Maybe they go in the wrong house, Can you imagine Uncle Tony? He just one house over and he shoots the wrong people and he's looking for the daughter. Where's the daughter? Where's the daughter? It's like one house over. Then the criminals leave with the daughter and the drugs and the evidence. Like, good job, Uncle Tony.
Otherwise, you don't have rule of law anymore. In principle, you have forfeited rule of law if you can just say in whatever degree that you are personally satisfied. I have reached the threshold that I'm a cop now. I'm a vigilante now.
But he was operating under their threshold. No, he's not.
No, he's not. Because he would.
How is he? Okay, he's not operating under the threshold at the point where he starts to break the law. That's just not true. You operate under the threshold by submitting all the stuff he submitted for sure. But beyond that point, he's like, you can't. It's not like, well, you fulfilled all the requirements and we're just bad cops. So now you just signed this waiver and you can be a vigilante. That's not how that works.
They're in possession of drugs.
He wouldn't have gone to jail.
They're in possession of drugs.
He wouldn't have gone to jail if he was operating under the.
No,
threshold.
he did. Well, because he broke the
jail?
laws of like trespassing and stuff. Yeah, he trespassed. He detained people illegally. He had no rights to his.
Whose threshold is he operating under then? The Punisher?
Then he wasn't working on the threshold because you can't deputize yourself.
But like you said, the states dictate it because if in the state you don't have the rule of being able to do a citizen's arrest without actual proof of the felony committed or whatever, I believe there were certain circumstances where he maybe have. This is a tricky one because he destroyed the drugs in front of them as like a threat or whatever.
So he destroyed
evidence. They arrived. destroyed
that
the
again.
drugs in front of them as like a threat or whatever.
So he
then
destroyed
when they
evidence.
arrived-
Yeah, not a good move. Destroying evidence. So it's no longer admissible in court. Can you imagine doing a bunch of things that tamper with the evidence? That so much evidence that could be used against them to put them away forever is now no longer admissible in court. Unbelievable. Defnut says, for real, if cops/feds currently get wrong house all the time, Uncle Joe will definitely shoot someone up he isn't supposed to. Right. And then you have to say their name. There's going to be protests and marches in the streets. Say their name. Whose name? I don't know. Whoever the cop just killed, somebody.
Yeah, they were like, "Hey, you destroyed evidence."
That's just to my point, though. He needs to keep that evidence to stack up the case against them. That's even worse. Like, I know.
Okay,
I get the
would you
symbolism
advocate
of
that
it.
if he did keep the evidence, then would his vigilante justice have been okay?
One mitigation to his vigilante justice does not justify the entirety of vigilante justice.
Well, Your Honor, I didn't tamper with any evidence. Therefore, I get to be vigilante justice and then determine when I can kick in doors and shoot up places and make threats and tie up people. And, it's for my daughter. It's like, look, I get it. There's a huge emotional appeal for somebody's daughter. There really is, right? And I'm not even like a father or anything like that. If I was a daughter dad, I'm sure I'd be the fiercest daughter dad on the planet. But still, look, it doesn't take away the fact that we have to have a rule of law. And once you say I can be a vigilante, why can't you be a tribal lord? Why can't you just elect yourself mayor? Why can't you? How many offices can you to take for your own self unfiat then? If you can just say, well, I'm just going to take this office that belongs to people in government. Like, be consistent. Either we have rule of law or we don't. And if we do, then we can't say that we can legitimately break it, especially not with weaponry.
Are you arguing that there's a threshold that
what I'm saying is if he kept the drugs, that would not justify him for breaking and entering or any of the other crimes he committed. He was not operating under the state threshold. The state threshold is only cops are cops. You can't put on a costume, become a cop, and say, I'm Walker Texas Ranger. I'm going to bash down this door because I'm a hero. I get it in terms of I sympathize with the guy, especially if you've gathered all the evidence and for whatever reason the cops don't want to do it because they're hesitant or lawyers have said this or lawyers have said that. So I understand all that and I can sympathize with that. But the principle I'm arguing with is we have rule of law. We have designated people for crime fighting. We have designated people for investigating. We have designated people for prosecuting. And you could screw all that up just by being a vigilante.
Boom. That was the win right there. For real. That was the win. But the people had other plans.
Okay, so I want to just spin the hypothetical and say, in another case, the gentleman just took a bunch of video evidence and a bunch of photo evidence and did his kind of own and thorough investigation with no action taken. He just collected a bunch of data on look, man, I think these guys are the drug dealers. Here's where they meet up. Here are the people that come and go from this address or whatever. And then
can I just say I also love Teriak's animated avatar. It's so epic.
And nothing happens or whatever. They actually ended up accusing him of not reporting the crime because he had just observed it happening so often. He was like, here I have a ton of video evidence of a bunch of drug.
My bias is I'm Irish myself, so it we talked about tribalism before. There's just, even though I've never been to Ireland, I wasn't born in Ireland. My name is Patrick Finnegan. That's about as far as it goes. There's still this emotionally based, unreal sense of belonging to a place I've never been to and probably will never see.
Drug deals happening, and they actually ended up charging him for withholding evidence in a crime or in failure to report the crime or whatever.
I feel like I need more information based on state laws and what the courts would have demanded and how.
Okay, so I agree to be very specific, but that's why it's tricky too. Is when you use words like vigilante justice. Is are you?
My name is Karen, and I want to interject. All right, I want to interject, and I want to interrupt. All right, my name is Karen.
Thank you.
No, you're not.
No, you're not.
That's a great intro. That's a great intro. Okay. So Rowdy. There's a guy. This is a case, an actual case, where a guy found out.
This is one of the few times where me and Kieran are on the same page.
His son's martial arts teacher was diddling with his son for 5 years. And
I believe I know this case.
And it went to court. And the guy was going into court, and the dad turned up and shot the guy in the head. Right?
Fuck yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but is that a good outcome? No, is it really? Is it? No, is it really?
Real quick.
Taking it upon yourself to be public executioner is not based. And I don't even like the term based. I think the term based is annoying.
Before you continue on with that answer,
Yeah.
chat, I am putting the
Based is just like bro. It's like why what based on what? what is it based on? Like can you tell me what qualifies as based and not based? Is it just something that you approve of in the bro vernacular?
poll into
One
the
less
chat.
to worry about.
I'm putting the poll into the chat right now. Okay, so if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for re-examination on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Rowdy Gowdy on the poll.
Look at that guy and all that Riz. How about I stand a chance?
Chat, get your votes in right
Vote
now.
for the
Vote for the ginger, they say.
ginger. Vote for the ginger.
I'm gonna start this timer up right now.
Look at that beard too. How am I gonna? That's like I'm part of the dwarf clan. How am I gonna beat a dwarf clan beard in the polling?
You guys better get your vote. And
Re-examination.
whoever
I have a question.
doesn't vote
Yeah.
loves furries.
I got a
Also,
question for you.
also
Furry
fucking
lovers.
gingers really.
Re-examination. Let's say you live in London. Okay.
Sure.
Well, hang
And
on.
with the
If I
current,
could-
hold on, no, let me finish. You
I
with the
said something
current
before.
with the current culture over there, you live in London.
Yeah.
And your daughter gets kidnapped by a grooming gang.
Yeah.
You know where they're at. The police refuse to go get
I already know where he's going with this. I'm just prepared for the answer at this point.
them.
Yeah.
Police refuse to do anything about it. Are you gonna go get your daughter?
Now he's asking, are you gonna go and get your daughter? Which is situation specific versus asking what the moral law is, what transcendent moral law is with respect to civil law. We are morally obligated to respect civil law where it does not conflict with our Christian principles, right? We can disobey civil law where it does conflict with our Christian principles when it comes to forcing us to do things we don't want to do, like ceasing to share the gospel, for example, or trying to make our kids have to go to some prison camp. I don't know, something like that. Usually it's ceasing to share the gospel. That's the one that Christians are disobedient about. We're not insurrectionists. We're not violent revolutionaries.
Oh, there's a difference between what I'm going to do
and then everybody just jumps on me. This is the problem with panels. It's like it's always my turn. That's what a panel feels like to most people. It's like, well, whoever answered that question, whoever's turn it was, it's my turn. It's like, look, chill. Just let's have a conversation like we would in real life. It's the
Answer the
justified
question.
thing to do. That's the different prompt. What I'm going to do.
No, the
I-
problem was, is it ever
vigilante justice.
wrong?
Is it?
Yeah, ever.
That's moral justification, which is in the abstract. The question
Wrong
is what
implies
I
a
would do.
moral.
It's also you
value
said,
judgment.
you
As an
said,
individual,
hang on.
now most people don't understand this. They don't understand. Would you do this? And it's like we are not because we have feelings. Unfortunately, we don't always operate on the moral law level because we are also sinful and corrupt. We're not always going to do. We're going to do what we want to do. We're going to do what feels justified, so long as our conscience is not restrained by knowing God's will and adhering our hearts to God's will. And so, the more time we spend with God, the more time we're going to be correctly addressing the things in our minds, and the more we're going to be obedient to God. But in this case, it's a very extreme example, and so why would I be so presumptive to think that I would not ever do the wrong thing? Of course, I do the wrong thing every day in bigger or smaller ways. So this is not a thing of like, are you the perfect person? Because if you're asking, would you do that? It's different than asking what the moral law is.
Bro, hang on, bro. You said go and get your daughter is different from killing the cunts, right? That's different.
Yeah, vigilantism is not always lethal.
Yeah, he detained the people.
Batman.
And just
That's true. Vigilantism is not always lethal, but it's still illegal.
Yeah, you put them all in zip ties, but you still go
Vigilante
get her.
is
You know,
acting
you gonna go
outside
get
of
her?
authority.
And he turned himself in.
Huh?
So what are you going to do?
Fucking A right, I go get her.
Examination?
See, everybody keeps talking and talking, and people who are like, that's the problem. The problem with panels is nobody admits the turn. Like I remember sometimes you be in a panel and somebody will ask somebody else a question, and then they'll be like, "Well, I have a different question." It's like, yeah, congratulations. Can you wait in line?
Yeah.
Maybe.
I already said maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah. So
Maybe.
then ever.
Maybe.
You're-
All right,
you're-
I'll go get your daughter. I'll go get your daughter.
Hold on. I
Alright.
clarified very, very clearly. There's a difference between the prompt, which was moral justification, versus what would you do as an individual. You need to understand the difference, because otherwise,
say it was wrong,
ever
kid.
would
That's
ever
like
would
you
have
didn't stick to the prompt.
was
You
on
didn't stick to the
principle.
prompt.
Yeah, just because it's wrong doesn't mean we ain't going to do it. So
Right. Listen to Rev. Rev knows much.
hands are tied by morality.
Everyone
Yeah, but
of us
also
says wrong
if you,
things all the
I'll throw all
time.
that shit out the way for my own blood.
If you run in and you take the guy out, and you go to jail and deprive your other children of their father.
Who
So
says
fucking-
That's a great point.
You get
Yes, they
caught
will.
though. Who says you get caught?
bro? Come on, bro. This is the fucking.
Defnot says, yeah, some panels are too large. That's true. Some panels are large, some panels are rowdy, and not a whole lot bring a brain trust together. It's not like a think tank, I'll say that much.
Point of it, right? So,
Not to be an insult against anybody on this panel. I'm just saying in terms of like thinking through an idea versus feeling through it, like this prompt was about, the vigilante was, vigilanteism, especially in this one. What about the time when it feels really, really bad because it's somebody you care about? It's like, okay, this is going to sound cold, but you have to think about it in terms of moral categories, because we're talking about justification, not how would you feel. It would not be interesting to have verbal combat about how would you feel? Like, how would you feel if somebody popped your balloon? How would you feel if somebody sneezed on your muffin? Okay, it's boring. But part of the fun too is the chaos here and the variety of people. And I think part of it has to do with how we clash with each other based on how different we are. Like, gosh, most people, I think, not Voltaire is pretty subdued. Mo Rebuttal, pretty subdued. Teriak, pretty chaotic. Teguch, somewhat chaotic. Trench Deacon, very chaotic. Rev Russ, very subdued. Kieran Markin, depends on the day. Speakeasy, very even keeled, very sharp, very quick on his feet. And Rowdy Gowdy, very likable, very reasonable, average guy that anybody would want to hang out with. Okay. Defnut says, just because you can have 10 people doesn't mean you should. Maybe rotate them in. Yeah. I look, I agree. If we definitely want to have some kind of serious discussion, it should probably be 3 or 4 people max about anything. If you want to have a calm, clear analysis of any issue, probably 3 or 4 people is best. But it becomes a party at a certain point, and this is the party vibe, especially on Friday nights, verbal combat. That you kind of want. I'm guessing, Defnut, that's why you've never showed up at verbal combat. At least not to my knowledge, you've shown up at verbal combat. She says, being more soft-spoken, I don't stand a chance in big panels. That's probably true. What you need to do is you need to get a bullhorn and put it right up to the microphone so you can soft-spokenly shout them all down. However, I will say Reverend Russ does make it work, even though he is definitely a more soft-spoken individual. I would definitely recommend everybody to check out Rev Russ's channel, like his videos, attend his streams, subscribe, and hit that bell. I would do the same thing for here in Reexamination Show. Please like this video. Please subscribe. Please share with friends and neighbors, strangers, and family members alike. I have to keep going with this. We need to hear the resolution. What did the people decide?
Kieran, you're making an assumption.
wait.
Like,
Yeah, because I think in the case I'm talking about, he actually made them call the cops because out of shame and embarrassment, he said, "I want you to call the police, and I want them to come here, and I want to tell them what is happening." And then he ended up going to jail because he illegally detained them and trespassed and breaking and entering, and did all these things, held them at gunpoint to the ground, zip tied all of them up, destroyed the
and then he did a flip kick
substance that
Those
he
zip
believed
ties.
was connected in the overdose of his daughter. And then he went to jail with a smile on his face and said, "Yep, it's okay. You can lock me up forever. I don't care. I did what I think was right. And if you were to take a vote out of everybody else, they would all kind of
Damn right I would.
Actually, if all of that is
Guarantee a
true,
jury.
operating under the assumption
Not
that
me.
it is true, they would all say, actually, you're all right."
Not
And then he went to jail, and totally nothing bad happened inside there.
me, but
I think the vast
real
majority.
quick,
Let's see. Also, VK says Defnut is a popularity contest with primarily Crucible audience. I would never win. Well, I mean, I still go in there. and I'm probably not going to win. And they know that I'm the guy that opposed Andrew on divorce and remarriage. They know I'm the guy that opposed Andrew on Christian nationalism, and yet they still treat me decently, which is pleasantly refreshing, I would say. And Rev Russ, they know he's a Protestant as well, and they treat him pretty well, even though it's a massively Orthodox to secularist kind of crowd. I mean, probably some Catholics in there, as far as I know. Yeah, it is a heavily crucible space, but the people in there, you know, have been decent, and they're not nearly as tribalistic. In fact, they say that even at DebateCon, there was Planet Peterson there was Craig, and then Craig had to do some kind the rumor is, and I haven't looked into this because I don't want to be a drama channel, I don't want to get into the whole thing, but basically overall, my recollection is that they try and treat everybody somewhat decently, at least on a person-to-person level, and then on the debate level, all bets are off.
The vigilantes would not do as nearly as, we'll call it, a good job as he did.
And of course, things are always subject to change. You never know in this quote-unquote industry.
The vast majority of them would be
That's
like,
true.
But, again, I see no reason to be insulting to people or like backstabby or anything like that. I just, want to... You show up and you this is the world you live in, and even I remember, gosh, Eli Nix was in a debate where he was in a verbal combat where he was just debating one person after the other, and one of his opponents was very inexperienced at the debate realm. So when Nix was just talking and talking, ate up the clock, and his opponent, who had no idea, was just demolished. And then in the poll, his opponent was gaining traction because he's like, I didn't know, it wasn't fair, I didn't know, how would I know? And then in the poll, we were like all voting for this guy to survive, and unfortunately, he did not. He got overwhelmed. But that's how it goes at VK Verbal Combat Friday Night, baby.
Barney Fife.
Agreed. It's almost like he was prepared for it, right?
All right, real quick.
Oh, well.
42 votes are locked in. I mean, there's so much more of you. I don't know what you guys.
That's crazy.
So many furry lovers.
I could have voted more.
I'll say this too. Let's see. I like Eli, says Def. He is one of the more good faith ones. Have you, Def Not, put in the chat whether or not you saw my debate versus Eli on divorce and remarriage, because we're going to get to that today. I hope to make a nice long stream of reviewing my debates and evaluating where I need to improve, and also evaluating how the debates went on the actual paper.
Way more could have voted, but 42 votes and 60% says the winner of the 1v1 is Rowdy Gowdy.
Oh,
So
shit.
re-examination. Tell everybody in the chat where they can find you and why they
And this is how I lost my soul, quote unquote.
should bring you back for another shot at the $900 prize.
Yeah. So re-examination show at YouTube. I'm also on X, and I have all the Linktree stuff there. And they should bring me back because I'm the most fun to prank and mute and do all those sorts of things. And nobody else is quite as fun to do that to.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
That's what's up.
Yes,
Have you met Kieran?
Always a pleasure
Yeah.
having you.
Fair.
If they bring you back, you're more than welcome. And until then, my friend.
Your soul is mine.
And that's how look at those abs. Look how I've been working out. It's been great. I know in that first image I look pretty pudgy. I should hit the gym more, look more like this. And believe me, I don't get this tan in wintertime up here in the north. Next.
After that,
Big plume of smoke.
after that,
So added
sorry, bro.
to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes. Verbal Combat Friday, baby.
I just want to say,
just want to say, I didn't like him, but after that fucking outro, I fucking like him.
You like him.
I like you too, Kieran. All right, we're moving on to the next debate now. Def Not has brought up, at least acknowledged the presence of Eli in here. Let's say, I think it's this verbal combat that I got to clash with Eli. I tried to get this over with real fast because
Hold on.
Yeah. I tried to get this over with real fast because I was really tired that night and I had things to do the next day. But let's start this
I
up.
mean, again, if the state's not involved, have your hipster friend officiate, read the vows and do whatever weird polycule thing you want to do.
Yeah, I fundamentally disagree with this. I don't think that marriage should be subtracted from the state. I don't think marriage should be outside the state. I think that would lead to absolute pandemonium and chaos.
Or do it traditional.
So here you go, Defnut. Here's the beginning of the clash between myself and Eli.
You have total freedom to be married and call it a marriage, and that's within the parameters of your own beliefs. And it's up to you. Nobody's saying they can't get married. I don't understand why a state needs to recognize it in order for a person to be married. Just like if I like the government telling me I'm married to my wife, and the sacrament of marriage that I participated in.
You hear that? You hear that? He sounds like Jazz FM. Welcome to Rev FM 95.5. We're going to be going some John Coltrane and Miles Davis tonight.
Within my church, the
Rev Russ.
sacramental part holds all the weight for me.
So I got a question for Rev.
Doesn't
Well,
tell me anything.
before we do that, before we get the question for Rev, all right, we got a 1v1 for Eli versus re-examination. So let's let's get everyone else here into the bat.
You know, that kind of works out. At least, you know what? The last fight where it was me versus Rowdy Gowdy, Rowdy is red, just all the beard and all that kind of stuff, and I'm blue because that's the iconography I got going on.
Time for 1v1.
All right, well, that'll be interesting. So the first part of this Defnut is going to be theological. And then the second part is like, well, why are you bringing in theology? Because, whatever. And then he also said, well, let's just do policy. So I was like, okay, let's do straight policy. So you get parts 1 and 2. It's a double feature of argumentation.
All righty. So this here is going to be, we'll just continue on the topic you guys already had there. So chat. Oh, wait, what is this for, Nate? We already had the 1v1. What is this for? You want to add?
I can go to the next 1v1.
Or is that what you're doing? Yeah, let me know, Nate, if you're trying to add time or go to the next 1v1. Let me know.
I always try to stay hydrated.
But chat, how this goes, we're going to 5 minutes to start, okay? If you guys want to add on a minute, it is 10 to add on a minute. It is 60 to solo judge. And if we don't get a solo judge, it will go to the chat poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Okay, Nate said add time, so we're going to start off at 7 minutes, actually.
And then he died.
Excuse me, sorry. 7 minutes we're going to be starting at. So, like I said, if you guys want to add time, 10 to add a minute, 60 to solo judge. And if we don't get a solo judge, goes to the chat poll. And the loser of the poll will lose their soul.
As usual.
Fighters, good luck to the both of you.
Is the topic the marriage thing?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Should the state be involved in marriage? Yes.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. Fighters, good luck to both of you. Oh, wait. Let me get you your timer. Damn it. See,
unlimited
my head's
debates.
all congested today.
Look at that high-tech vape.
Damn it. See,
unlimited
my head's all
debates.
congested today.
That looks like that vape could like charge your phone and check your tire pressure.
And this is what I'm getting. 1 sec. Hold up.
Between the head and the teeth and everything. I mean,
Oh, man.
For those of you who don't know what that means, he had to cancel a verbal combat because he had aching teeth at one point and an aching head another point.
It's been rough.
Not bad.
It's been rough. But we gotta muscle it through. Okay, here we go. Here's your timer. Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
Cool. Hey, Eli, do you believe that God recognizes the marriages of unbelievers who did not get married in the church as real marriages?
Okay, he's dead wrong. He is dead wrong. And even if you're Orthodox, you're dead wrong. I have the Orthodox Study Bible in my never nicotine stained fingers. We're going to go to Mark chapter 6, the actual passage from which I cite in this debate. And I made a screenshot of this. I mean, gosh, I did everything. And so, for those of you who don't believe, I will transition to the screenshot at some point. But if you go to Mark chapter 6, you will see a passage where John the Baptist, the one who was the voice crying out in the wilderness, who proclaimed the coming of Jesus, the Messiah, says to Herod, one of the leaders of the day, "It is not lawful for you to have your brother's wife." Here, let's take a look at this. Mission 12 bets beheaded. So we're going to go Mark chapter 6, verse 14. I'm going to keep reading from there. Now King Herod heard of him, for his name had become well known, him being Jesus. And he said, or John the Baptist has risen from the dead, and therefore these powers are at work in him. Others said it is Elijah, and others said it is the prophet, or like one of the prophets. But when Herod heard, he said, "This is John, whom I beheaded, for he has been raised from the dead." For Herod himself had sent and laid hold of John and bound him in prison for the sake of Herodias, his brother Philip's wife, for he had married her, because John had said to Herod, "It is not lawful for you to have your brother's wife." Therefore Herodias held it against him and wanted to kill him, but she could not, for Herod feared John, knowing that he was a just and holy man, and he protected him. And when he heard him, he did many things and heard him gladly. And long story short, basically she set up him that he would make a vow to be like, well, whatever you want, I'll give it to you. And she asked for the head of John the Baptist on a platter. But when you see the actual Orthodox Church notes on this, if you look at the notes towards the bottom, because in the Orthodox Study Bible, you got not only the verses up top, but you have the notes, the study notes at the bottom. Here's what it says. Oh, gosh. And you know what? Part of me wants to even throw this onto the Photos app so that people don't think I'm just making some stuff up. Let's see. I wonder if streaming is slowing down the efficiency of my computer, because I can switch tabs, but what I can't seem to do is bring up an image in my Photos app. That is a shame. That is a crying shame. What if I refresh the tab? There we go. There we go. Okay. We're gonna share this tab instead for right now. See note in Mark 17:18. St. John is further remembered, and you know what? I might go over here. St. John is further remembered for his obedience to the law in general and as a defender of marriage in particular in condemning Herod's unlawful marriage to his brother's wife. Therefore, it follows that because the church did not officiate this marriage, and it's unlikely that Herod was a Jew and therefore got it married in a synagogue, which would have been the religious place of God at the time, then therefore God recognizes marriages of unbelievers who did not get married in the church. And so it's a slam dunk, theologically speaking. It's a total slam dunk. So he's totally incorrect. It's not that I have disrespect for Eli, but I mean, come on. This is easy stuff. No, okay. So how do you reconcile that with Mark 6, where John the Baptist says to Herod that it is unlawful for him to have his brother's wife, seeing as his brother probably wasn't a Jew, probably didn't get married in a synagogue, probably didn't get married in an Orthodox church?
I would say that number one, I'm not sure why I'm supposed to take your hermeneutics of the Bible, but I can at least give you my interpretation. The interpretation.
That's fine, because for all further records, now you have the official Orthodox hermeneutic of the Bible. And plus, I didn't even give you a hermeneutic. I just basically told you what the passage said, which is readable. Again, this is, not to disrespect Eli, but I mean, I just don't understand the paradigm where you can read something and not know what it says, especially if you've read the entire book.
Of the church is that the marriage within the church is grace filled. Now, I think.
Well, what's the interpretation of the passage, though? Then let's hear the Orthodox interpretation of that passage.
I don't give as a layman. I don't speak directly on behalf of the church. What I understand for myself is
okay, but if you don't speak directly on behalf of the church, then how do you know that how I brought the passage up is wrong? How do you know have you read the passage yourself? That's my question.
If the church receives in somebody who's married, this isn't across the board, and obviously go talk to your Orthodox priest. But generally, what I've witnessed is that.
So when he says it's not talking about God's law, Defnot is saying that in the chat. So that's correct. It's not talking about God's law. It's talking about the civil law. However, the question becomes: should the civil law recognize marriages that are legit? So, for example, there are pragmatic reasons for the civil law to recognize marriages that are legit and not, because then you can have you can bring up charges of infidelity if you want to use a yeah, I'm not even for divorce, but just realistically in the world we live in, there are practical reasons that involve like property and ownership. And do you put the house under the name of one or the other or both? And how's that going to work? There's a lot of practical questions that come in with how the state operates. There's a lot of intertwining factors in terms of marriage and responsibility and what would you call it, like child custody and alimony and what's another example, inheritance, things like that. So there's a lot of practical reasons to have the church involved, not the church involved with the state, the marriage involved with the state. And Andrew Wilson has made the argument in the past, so why don't you just have those all as sidebar stuff? And it's like, well, why not? Why would you make that optional? It's kind of like there are good arguments to not make having car insurance legally optional, and there are also good, I would say, arguments for the same for marriage. Why not have marriage registered by the state entailing all these requirements? If marriage doesn't have to be held together by the state, why does adoption? Anyway.
It is good and proper to become married within the church. And if Herod were to convert, I don't, I'll be completely honest. I'm not sure that he believed in the God of Abraham. If he were to fall on his knees and repent and follow the ways of the people that he was persecuting, I wouldn't be surprised if there would be a type of reunification ceremony, under the God that he was persecuting. Now,
sure. I'm not sure what he means by reunification ceremony. If they're married, they're married, and if they're not, they're not.
I think that Christ also says that if you sleep with a woman, like you become one flesh. He told that's
not how marriage occurs, though.
Well, I know. Well, hold on. This is out of the words of Jesus's mouth. He said.
So remember, we weren't supposed to say the policies of the church, but now we're saying the policies of the church. We're not supposed to be saying interpretations of the Bible, but now we're using interpretations of the Bible. Sex is not marriage. Sex outside of marriage is fornication or adultery, depending on the situation of who you're having sex with. But sex itself does not become marriage, because then every action leading up to sex is illegitimate and sensuality and sexually immoral up until the actual sex occurs, which is incoherent.
He doesn't say sex is marriage. There's nowhere you can show me sex is marriage.
I can absolutely show you that he says you've had many husbands because she was sleeping with many people, and he used the word husbands. He said
okay, so now does that mean that they were all her husband? So they're all legitimate husbands, and polyandry is immoral at the same time? Polyandry is necessarily adultery. If you're having a husband in there, if even one of your husbands is legit, it's polyandry, and if none of them are legit, then it is definitely sexual immorality and promiscuity on a biblical scale.
Now we are interpreting.
He even said that if you look at a woman lustfully, you've committed adultery. So again, there's a lot of nuances in the Bible, and I don't want to take a biblical approach. I want to take a political approach.
Here's the problem with that. He says in Matthew 19, Mark 10, Luke 16, if you marry someone and then divorce them and then marry another, you commit adultery, meaning that divorce itself was just a piece of paper. The reason I'm bringing the state into this is because, number one, the state is a legitimate apparatus, as proven by people like Herod. And number two, if you look at 1 Corinthians 6, and you can read Augustine on this too if you want, because Augustine's the one guy that Catholics, Protestants, and Orthodox all like. He wrote early in his life about adulterous marriages. So how can it be an adulterous marriage? Because it's only a marriage in the eyes of the state and society. It's not actually a marriage in the eyes of God, which is made clear 7 times when Christ calls it adultery between Matthew 19, Matthew 5, Luke 16, and Mark 10, 1 through 2.
So if any of this is confusing, an adulterous marriage is a contradiction in terms. So if Jesus calls a marriage adulterous, it's not really a marriage just because the term is used, right? We can use the term marriage, like when Eli says about the passage, I think it's in John 5, I might be wrong about that, when Christ says to her, you've had 5 husbands. Well, that term can be used only civilly, but she could have one real husband and then have gone off to have 5 other, effectively civil unions with other men and sleeping with them as if they were her husband. But that doesn't make that the case in the eyes of God. That's clearly true based on all of Jesus's teachings about adultery, including those who get divorced. Divorce is just a piece of paper.
12. So the divorce actually doesn't mean anything in the eyes of God. Divorce is just a piece of paper. The gays will say that marriage is
Hey, that's a good line.
just a piece of paper, but that's only true about divorce. What God has put together, let no man put asunder. It cannot be put
Right.
asunder.
Right. So
Go
do you
ahead.
think that God put together two Satanists getting married in the name of Satan?
So here's the conflation here with that, and there's a lot of emotionally charged stuff here. So this is a good move emotionally and a good move optically by Eli, and Andrew has definitely used this before. Has God put together two people in the name of Satan? So what's been conflated here is the actual marriage itself and the belief system. So if I was to do this correctly, I would have had to untangle the packaging of it versus the actual contents of the package. The context of the package are a marriage. It is true that if people get together in the name of Satan and get married by a state or state authorized organization, we're just going to assume that's not going to be married in a church, but the context would be either the state, a state authorized entity, or the church, an actual Trinitarian biblical church, not a Unitarian church or anything like that, unless that Unitarian church or that Buddhist temple or whatever. I'm saying in the absence of a state, right? The state obviously confers that power to any religious institution to get married. And because the state does that, that is the highest authority in the land. That's public recognition. That is witnesses. That is a marriage, right? Even if it's done in a Buddhist temple or a Hindu temple or wherever the state actually authorizes. But let's say there is no state, or that the state wants to prohibit an actual marriage from occurring for no good reason, right? Like there's no grounding. They're not related. They're not violating anything. It's not in any way something that is fundamentally opposed to what a marriage would be, like it'd be two men or whatever. Then in that case, the church can act as the state and actually marry those people to which they are married in the eyes of God, because an actual biblical church would have the grounds to do that. And by biblical, I would mean you have Trinitarian beliefs that God is real, Jesus is fully God, fully man, basic stuff like that. Again, I should probably read more of the creeds to get more of my rap is around that. But I obviously, if you're not authorized by the state and you're not a church, then you wouldn't have that sort of power. But you have to at least be authorized by the state in order for it to be recognized by God, and that is proven in Mark chapter 6.
If it was a church, if it was a state.
Yeah, say you have two people that worship Satan. They believe that Satan should overthrow God. They hate Jesus. They hate Christianity. They
well, so did Herod.
Adamantly live their lives opposed to that, and they get married in a ceremony where they desecrate holy things, and it's completely and utterly blasphemous. You think God put that together?
That would be no different than Herod's marriage in a pagan temple. That would be no different.
I know that supports my argument. I don't think.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't support your argument, because God recognizes it as a real marriage. You can't commit adultery against someone that you're not married to.
But no, it doesn't, because John says that God says it's not lawful for you to have your brother's wife.
The verse.
And they're pagans.
Again, this is getting into a religious debate, not a politics debate. I really thought you were going to give me
here's why it's
like an actual political reason why the state should be involved. But no, let me finish.
I'll give you a political reason
you got
too,
to talk.
but go ahead.
Let me finish.
Sure.
Okay, so you cited the verse, let what God puts together, let no man break asunder. I'm sorry, I'm paraphrasing, okay?
Yeah.
You're applying that across the board to all marriages, including the ones not in the church. That means that you're implying that two Satanists who worship Satan and have a marriage ceremony that worships Satan within the marriage ceremony is something God put together. That's loose.
Okay. He's conflating two ideas. He's conflating the marriage with the actual externalities of the practice.
Ludicrous. So again, I don't think that we should go. I don't believe in sola scriptura, and I don't believe in the right of private interpretation. I think us comparing
that's a straw man. The right of private interpretation is I'm going to take the Bible, I'm going to make it into some kind of Where's Waldo where I can find whatever I want in it. That's not what it's coming from. There is a plain word spoken understanding of the Word of God. I gave that actually in my previous a couple of videos back where a trench deacon was talking about private interpretation. I use Acts 17:11, where it shows people who are actually checking the words of an apostle by scripture to see if these things were true, and they were called noble in Acts 17:11 for doing that. So there's no problem there.
Just quoted
interpretation because you did. I did. Who quoted it first? Who quoted it first? You or me? I didn't bring the Bible into the discussion.
I admit that DefNut says Satanists don't worship Satan. Well, there are two branches of Satanists. I think the LaVeyan Satanists are the ones that are just being trolls, and they are not actually consciously worshiping Satan. They are LARPing and just doing it to troll Christians because they've picked their target and they want to make their parody the rest of their life with their 9 commandments, and then they're all, all this kind of crazy stuff. And then there are people who do literally, consciously, willfully, and explicitly worship Satan. So, DefNot says they are edgy atheists, AFIK, as far as I know. Yes, I think there are 2 branches, and the one you're touching on, I think that's the LaVeyan branch of Satanism. And then there is like literal, full-on, I'm not even LARPing, this is my life, Satanists.
We could read script. I admit that we could
politics and policies debate.
Okay,
I don't want to argue hermeneutics with you.
We can switch to policy.
Why
we can switch to policy if you want. You want to switch to policy? Let's switch to policy. Okay.
Personal hermeneutics.
Sure. So one of the things that we talked about was how we take it out of the states, and then people can do their own sort of thing, right? The Orthodox can do their own thing, and what everybody else believes can do their own thing too, right?
Yeah, do whatever marriage you want, and then be bound by your own commitments within your.
How are you gonna be bound by your own commitments? Like, take the state out. What's the force? I mean, this goes back to force doctrine almost, in terms of like, if you believe in force doctrine, what's the force keeping it in place? It's just your preferences all over again.
Sacramental ceremony, because that's the origin of marriage.
Sure.
The state recognizing it or not has nothing to do with the promises and the vows being kept.
Yeah. So let's say that we have an institution that upholds.
Hold on a second.
Holds only marriage between men and women, like we had up until recently in U.S. history. Why would we put marriage on the same plane as polygamy and gay marriage and 3 guys, 10 girls, and a billy goat if we're putting it on the same level of society? Shouldn't we have marriage in a space that is above the randos down in the pit? Shouldn't we have it to where we can fight for a governmental standard where where society is going to look and say, look, this is the governmental standard. Okay, this is what people actually.
I want a place basically where marriage is not up for grabs. That marriage is defined. It's out of reach. It cannot be given on the same plane of respect as like anything anybody can invent off the street. Like if I'm walking down the street and is walking down the street being married. If I bought a rose, is that being married? Like, if we're going to say, well, what you just keep to whatever commitments you can, and how is that going to make society better? How is that going to be like better for marriage to say it's the Wild West now? I'll never understand that position. I think, I wish I could tell you the rationale for why at least the Orthobros, I don't know if the Orthodox Church officially holds that position, but for the Orthobros to say, well, let's take the state completely out of marriage, then you've just made society so much worse. I don't see how that is in line with force doctrine even, because I thought part of the appeal of force doctrine was, and Christian nationalism together, was get our people in power, enforce our rules and our laws and our ideas on the populace, and it's just might makes, not even might makes right, it's just might makes, and we think this is right, so why do you even care? And I thought this was just a LARP until I see that there are Orthodox people still, at least online Orthodox people, still saying that is how things actually work and we don't have rights. But that's a whole other topic about rights. My thing is, I think people say we shouldn't legislate morality. That's a lie. All we legislate is morality. All we elect is morality. Do we think there should be these programs? Yes. Well, then we elect it. Do we think these programs are kind of productive? Then we elect somebody else who's going to repeal them. Do we think we should have high taxes for our programs? Yes. We do think we should have low taxes for our populace so they can keep their money in their pocketbook. All these shoulds are appeals to normative claims. All these shoulds are appeals to moral claims of what we think is right. And if we think it's right to be practical, then we're going to make practical choices. Everything when it comes to legislation is ultimately on a moral basis of should. What should we do in these given situations?
They want. And the people are voted out that this is not going to be recognized. And that stigma is going to be a great social utility to fight against degeneracy and perversions of marriage. Wouldn't you agree?
I would, again, to one sense, as I said previously in the panel, in an ideal world where we were back like we were in the 50s with 93% people holding Christian beliefs, and we could all actually come to some kind of unification around Christian values in a public, cohesive type of way, yeah, then I would have no problem with that. But when I'm looking at it in the eyes of where we're at now as a country, I actually think that whenever you start getting the state to recognize to make its declaration of what they recognize. Now all of a sudden you're putting you're making the standard for the next person to come in and say what they recognize, and the next person.
It's always been that way, though. It's always been that way. The state conferring the power to marry by the power vested in me by the state of Arkansas, state of Connecticut. Da 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 da. It's always been that way. This is not new. What would be new is making it the Wild West of marriage.
Person comes down and
Right,
knocks it
but having
down
no standard is worse.
Versus, well, 1 second, let me finish. If each individual community simply practices their faith, I as an Orthodox Christian don't recognize satanic and gay marriages. You as a gay person,
I don't recognize gay marriages.
It can be
Don't
done
smuggle it in.
within individual communities. I don't need the government to make a proclamation for it to become more true all of a sudden.
It's not that it becomes more true. It has legitimacy. It always has had legitimacy. Mark chapter 6 proves that. Yeah. Okay. So, but you agree that the government does guide people, right? And that guiding people is part of what the church does, even if they're lost.
If the government guides people, I think they've done a dog shit job. No, I don't.
That is besides the point. It's not the if. I'm not asking if. It's like in terms of like if they did a good job. The question is, do they guide people? And that's absolutely true. What is legal does lead. What is legal or illegal is influential. It doesn't always work. And of course, the secularism, I think, has done a number on our society, but that's besides the point. The point is, if something is legal or illegal, it does carry a stigma with it.
I don't know what you mean by that. They make laws.
For example, didn't the polls of acceptance for gay marriage go up when Obergefell came through? Like way up?
When what came through? I'm sorry?
Obergefell, the ruling on gay marriage, didn't public acceptance of gay marriage go way up just as a result of the law changing? And not only that, but Sotomayor actually commented on this when it came to, see if I can find that. Justice Sotomayor comments on social change following Obergefell gay marriage. Let's see. There was some ruling she gave where it didn't go her way, and she was saying that she had some quote talking about how the Supreme Court's decisions are very consequential for public recognition and of things and public opinion, and therefore what is in law tends to sway people, and that's why you saw this huge swing from, I don't know if it was like 30% in support of gay marriage to then like 60%. I don't know. Again, I'd have to pull up the actual I haven't done the research on the actual statistics, but there was a huge swing in public approval after gay marriage was passed from the bench.
Well, I think that the public acceptance.
Yes.
I think the law change was a result of public.
Thanks for stopping by, Defnut. She says she has to get back to work. Yes, get back to work. Thanks for stopping by. She says great show. Awesome. Drop by anytime. See ya.
Acceptance, not the other way around.
No, it wasn't. We had less than half of those states that actually recognized gay marriage, and plenty of red states did not recognize it and would not have recognized it for a long time until that ruling came on. But it was people being conditioned by new legal precedent that made it acceptable. When we would have had way more of a foothold in society if we just wouldn't let that happen. Now, I agree things are getting worse and worse, but that's not a reason to open the floodgates to every kind of degeneracy and say, well, that's your marriage and this is my marriage. Yeah, it just sounds like accelerationism. Let's just rip the Band-Aid off and make everything worse, so we can make it feel like it was our decision, make it feel like it was us in power making things happen. It's just, let's crash the car so we can get the insurance and make a new car. When we could actually take advantage. I mean, if the Orthodox is going to say force, then fine, let's have force, but they'll have force through law. To actually have a way to press down on degeneracy instead of saying, let's just make it a libertarian, you have your marriage, I have my marriage.
I'm not a libertarian. I'm not a libertarian at all. I just don't see the value in the government having anything to do with a religious, like if you're going to believe in the separation of church and state, again, if that's the model, then I don't understand what the government's recognition of a marriage has to do with the validity of the marriage.
Well, now we're talking policy. We're not talking about validity. We're talking about keeping social order. Like, it's when you're making a policy debate, there are different factors to keep in mind, and one of them is social order. And so if you don't have social order by the time you're done unraveling whatever you don't like, that is your fault. When you had a structure before that was keeping things together, I mean, it's kind of like the housing crisis, which again, I'm not an expert on, but I remember vaguely there was something called Glass-Steagall, and either the implementation or the removal of Glass-Steagall made it to where you could the term subprime mortgages is in my head somewhere, but the point is you weren't supposed to be able to just loan houses and give houses to people who couldn't pay for them. There used to be standards. We took out those standards and we got the housing crisis. Big, and it's like, look, we need to keep standards socially, and that includes marriage. That includes defining what it is, even though it's less defined now than it's ever been before in this country. That doesn't mean we should define it even less down to nothing and leave it up to my preferences.
Nature of the I know, but what
we're
separating
that's what I'm
saying. What is if the state is involved in the marriage? How does that benefit my marriage? That's what I'm wanting you to explain.
That's what the gays say, or the gay advocates. Like, how does it affect my marriage if I let two dudes get married? How does it affect my marriage if two lesbians get married to each other? It's like, okay, well, let me put it to you this way. Let's say somebody gets murdered in Malaysia, right? How does that affect my life? Oh, well, then I guess it doesn't matter. No, things still matter. Morality still matters, depending on, regardless, I said it, regardless of how I am personally affected by the wrongdoing of other people. Oh, that's an attractive face. Look at that. Look at that. That's an Irish face right there. But regardless of how it affects me personally, that's not relevant.
Because you're taking the affirmative that we should do this. And I'm like, why? What do I gain from this?
It benefits your marriage because it's not going to be a society looking at your marriage and saying that, well, your wife might as well be a man. It's equal. It's like the Human Rights Commission, where and then your kids don't get taught in a society where marriage is like whatever you want in this society and that society, whatever your pocket is, that's what marriage is. Your kid can grow up in a world where we can take gay marriage out of the law, where we can have a chance to fight again. I know it looks bleak right now, but at least the possibility is there, and it will never come back if we decommission it from the purview of the state.
Again, so this is what I'm saying. I'm going to put it to you this way. If there was like something I had got to go vote on where it said we're no longer going to recognize gay marriage, I, as an Orthodox Christian, of course, I would vote for that.
Absolutely.
But at the end of the day, if there was also a voting that said, hey, government doesn't have anything to do with your religious sacraments, and you get married in whatever position you want to be.
By the way, marriage is not a sacrament. If it were a sacrament, you would have seen it in the life of Christ, because if you accept the fact that Jesus got baptized, and you accept that as sacrament, and you accept the fact that Jesus took the Eucharist or the communion, depending on your definition, depending on your denomination, rather, then you recognize that it is Christ who sanctifies our sacraments. But if he wasn't married on earth, how is our marriage a sacrament? How is it? I don't know. It just doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense. I don't see how marriage is a sacrament.
I also would vote for that too, because again, I don't appeal to consensus for the validity of my marriage.
That was not consensus. It's pragmatic.
Well, my child, if I raise her in an Orthodox Christian, she's going to know what a real marriage is, whether or not the government agrees with it or not. I don't think that
there's more of a fight.
Battle.
There's more of a fight society as opposed to a society where you grow up where the government is saying one man, one woman for life is marriage, no more fault divorce or anything like that. You have way less of a fight if you guys run the government, and that's
okay.
That's why it's pragmatic and no longer a doctrinal debate, because now we're talking just straight policy.
Okay, but here's my I understand what you're saying, and
look, and you can teach your kids whatever you want right now, and it's not nearly as bad right now as it would be if you open up the floodgates and tell people marriage is whatever you want. It's 3 guys, 10 girls, and a billy goat. It's, every some commune. It's some, an entire city can marry itself. Like, just get ridiculous.
I think we agree on more than we disagree. I want to just say that first off, but here's my take. Okay. I don't think that morality and sincere lived faith, as I would love to see this country have in an Orthodox Christian purview, I don't think that that's something that you legislate. I don't think it's top down. I think it's bottom up. I think that you convert through how you live as a Christian, how you communicate.
See, that's usually my argument. That's usually me saying we need to spread the gospel. And you know what I get called? I get called a sewing circle Christian because I'm like, I'm more concerned about people's souls before God than I am the policies. It's not that I'm not concerned about policies. It's not that I don't think we should be involved in government. It's not that I don't think we should vote. We should do all of the above. But if we do it at the expense of sharing the gospel, at the expense of our witness, then what's the point? What are we doing here? We just have this Christless conservatism. And you know what happens when you say Christless conservatism? They call you a sewing circle Christian because you shouldn't care about souls. Caring about souls is wimpy. You should only care about policies because caring about policies only is manly.
And engage with the world around you.
I'm not talking about conversion.
How your community comes as a grassroots, and then it naturally infects the populace.
I agree. That's okay. Well, that's the that's where you lose me because I thought you guys were talking about force doctrine all the time, right? So I actually agree with Nick's position here, but I don't hear that from the Orthodox very much. You know what I hear is force doctrine. I hear my preferences. We can take over. We can rule. It's like great, fine. I agree. Are we going to share the gospel? And then it's like sewing circle Christian. You get called sewing circle Christian. The insinuation being that if you share the gospel, you know, it's a wussy thing compared to if you just, you know, get in power and kick some butt and pass some policies. Like I do want a ground up sort of thing, but that takes the gospel, right? But up until recently, you don't see a whole lot of evangelism from the Orthodox. You didn't see a whole lot of anything from the Orthodox. Where were these people for like years and years? You don't even hear about them until Andrew Wilson comes on the scene. And Andrew Wilson, I don't even think is, as far as I know, the clergy is not totally on board with his approach to the Manosphere podcast stuff. They're not totally on board with his approach to public relations. And I'm not sure they wouldn't be on board with him saying that they would have Nick Fuentes back if Nick Fuentes needed anything. If anybody missed that, there was an X Spaces that happened not too long after Enemy Charlie gave her counter strike against when Andrew Wilson was on the whatever podcast and called her stupid. And she started complaining about, insulting Rachel. And then so Andrew bit back and then did an X Spaces thing. If anybody else has anything else to say, come on the X Spaces and talk to us. And then Andrew had said about Nick Fuentes that Nick Fuentes had many opportunities to clap back. Well, not clap back, but to attack Andrew Wilson and never did. And so Andrew Wilson noticed it. So the Wilsons are going to be there for Nick if Nick ever never needs anything, you know. And so it's like, I don't think the official clergy of the Orthodox Church is down with Nick Fuentes. I think there's a difference between the Ortho Bro sphere we have going on here and the actual Eastern Orthodox Church.
The
That's
voting
not what we're
organically
disagreeing.
changes. I don't think that
I'm disagreeing
if
that
you
the
were to
government has
legislate,
no
hey, we're going to take gay
politics.
marriage out of the equation, and now all of a sudden everybody's going to go, you know what? Maybe those Christians are right. I mean, they won the vote, right?
No, that's not my argument. That's not my argument. My argument is that if we suppress the degeneracy, it's going to have less of a place, not only in government, but in society in general, because it will have that stigma. And that's what it had in the past, and that's what it could have again, just like the woke stuff and the trans stuff with the children. It's very clear.
I'm gonna let it get
pushback
to
works.
12 minutes and 30 seconds. See if we have
Last
a
thing
solo
I'll
judge.
say is that the government not issuing to gay men a piece of paper is not going to stop them from putting pee-pee in the poo-poo.
That's
okay,
not
what's
my
gonna stop
argument.
them from putting pee-pee in the poo-poo is
That's
going.
not- okay. Homosexuality is going to happen no matter what laws you pass. The question is, are you going to codify it in law, or are you going to put it on the same plane as real marriage? Eli Nix's solution is to put all marriages on the exact same plane by taking some marriages out of government recognition. That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't work practically. It doesn't work strategically. I don't know how he thinks that this is the moral thing to do. I just don't get it. I'd like him to explain that to me. Maybe I'd like to do an interview with him at some point and hear him lay out the strategy / modality that he has in mind, how this is going to work. How you open up the floodgates and then things get better. I just don't see it.
Not my argument. My argument is that government
No,
policy.
you're saying you're
does guide the
suppressing
public.
degeneracy.
Government policy does
the degenerate. The most
hold
degenerate
on.
part of homosexuality
Government policy
isn't
does
dictated by
suppress
the government.
degeneracy if it influences the public consciousness. It does it
Again,
both
I
ways,
understand
unfortunately.
what the government proclamation has to do with suppressing degeneracy. It's here.
If you don't know there's
Okay,
any
if you
degeneracy,
ban
is there
trans kids,
degeneracy?
trans doesn't happen. If you ban transgenderism and wokeism from schools, wokeism and transgenderism, it doesn't happen anymore. It's shamed. It got defeated, it got ousted, and now nobody wants to be associated with that crazy crap anymore.
But again,
Exactly.
what's a better way? Okay, this is actually an argument I made against
See,
that guy.
See, boom. That really is it. The proof is in the pudding. You put in the policy, and the polling goes down. That's what happens so many times. I mean, gosh, we talk about how in Hollywood they're pushing all these agendas all the time and messaging things that they will allow to be said and things they won't allow to be said, and the influence this it has on the culture, right? And then I'm doing that on a policy level, and somehow I'm getting pushback. I don't understand.
Oh, what's his name? Fatty. Okay, he had a lot of things he had to say about what laws should surround marriages and certain things. And I told him, Fatty, look, I agree with you, but let me ask you this question: what do you think prevents alcoholism more, DUI laws or Alcoholics Anonymous?
Now, I should have known offhand that it was going to be Alcoholics Anonymous just because it's on a personal, social level. It would make more sense logically. I was definitely tired. Shouldn't be an excuse, but I'm going to use the excuse anyway. I was definitely tired. Didn't feel like going through it, and especially after 11 minutes of back and forth, which was pretty intense back and forth with Eli. Good luck to Eli on his upcoming debate with Planet Peterson concerning the transcendental argument for God defeating atheism. That's going to be a fun debate, and I hope to be on the after panel for that.
I don't know. I'm kind of
You don't
tired.
know.
So you're
Be
going to tell me.
honest. Be honest.
DUI
See, I even say I'm kind of tired.
laws. That's my
Absolutely
guess.
not. Alcoholics Anonymous has helped people remove themselves of the
Makes
disease
sense.
of alcoholism way more than DUI laws. So that's what I'm saying. You don't
But you can't prove
legislate
the opposite of
genuine
that.
change of the heart into people.
I
okay?
never
It's a
argued you
good
legislate
thing. I
genuine
wouldn't
change
be
of heart.
against-
Now you're
real-
mixing theology and pragmatism again.
No, because you said
real quick,
suppressing
guys, real
degeneracy.
quick.
I'm talking about
Hold-
extinguishing.
Hold up,
degeneracy
guys.
in the
One sec. Let me just.
How do you extinguish degeneracy in the heart by opening up the floodgates to all kinds of marriage? That doesn't make any sense. The optics of that are I'm a Christian, so I'm going to unplug the plug on what marriage is in the state, and I'm going to let you all do whatever you want, and everything's going to be chaos. And then I'm going to change your heart. How is that? Look, the messaging of libertarian marriage world is anti-changing the heart. It is confirming that marriage is whatever you want. It is just totally preference-based thinking. I don't know, like even if you had some kind of moral structure that would somehow legitimize the move in your mind, that doesn't actually negate the effect of opening up the floodgates to craziness.
That's
tell
a change of
chat
topic
quick.
then.
One sec.
That-
Chat,
I'm using your words.
I'm using your words. Wait, changing the heart was my word. I don't understand what he's talking about.
one
No,
sec,
you're not.
chat, I'm putting
I
the
brought up
poll in
policy.
right. Hold up, boys.
Shut the
Hold
fuck
up. Hold up. I'm putting the poll in right now. Okay, so if you guys don't see the poll, make sure you guys hit that refresh. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Eli Nix on the poll. And if you want to vote
The whole world up in smoke behind this man.
for this man right here, you're voting for re-examination on the poll.
You can't even see me. My camera must be made out of smoke.
Chat, get your votes in right now. I'm starting this timer over, and you guys got 2 minutes.
Yo, if Eli, if there were no DUI laws, like let's say you could just drink and drive, do you think the same amount of people, if a judge didn't court mandate AA for DUI people or people that have admitted themselves to that sort of therapy, do you think that would have the same effect?
Well, now again, my specific question was about curing alcoholism, not just.
Well, hold up. If marriage is out of the state, how does that cure anything? We totally had this massive tectonic shift from where the prompt was to where we are now. What are we talking about? The prompt was, should the state be involved in marriage? And now we're talking about changing hearts. When did this happen?
Talking about curing alcoholism, sure,
yeah,
but stopping or mitigating drunk driving, I would say.
What does this have to do with should the state be involved in marriage?
Probably be.
Yeah, if you're talking exactly, if you're talking about mitigating drunk driving, then it's DUI laws all day long. But I was specific with my words.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what's your word? Should the state be involved in marriage? No. The state shouldn't be involved in marriage. Therefore, what? Conversion therapy? What's the move? I'm totally lost.
Alcoholism is a degeneracy.
Right.
Look, I've gotten a buzz from the bar and drove home. I don't think that that's necessarily degenerate. I think that being a
depends on if you're drunk or not. if you're number one, if you're a drunk, especially if you're a habitual drunk, well, 1 Corinthians 6 says drunkards don't inherit the kingdom of heaven if that's your consistent lifestyle. And then number two, if you add being drunk on top of driving, now you're also breaking the law and violating Romans 13.
Morning, noon, and night alcoholic is a form of degeneracy. So my opponent brought up suppressing degeneracy and how this policy does that. And I'm talking about, if you're going to actually worried about degeneracy, that is a philosophical topic. Well, you're messing with the philosophical guy. I think that is where the sacramentology is what's important. Whether the government recognizes all the
okay, messing with the philosophical guy, then is it not okay? Then why are we even discussing policy then if we're not talking about societal effects? Well, now it's philosophy again. Well, is it philosophy? Can I just say? I mean, if it's philosophy to say, look at the polling before and after a legislation passes, then sure. Then if that's philosophy, that's great. But I'm talking about the actual effects of what is and isn't legal, what is and isn't accepted. And if gay marriage being allowed by Obergefell made it more socially accepted than it was before, widely, then it's proof positive that policy does have effect. Same thing with banning transgenders from sports, like I brought up. But if you want to call that philosophy, you can, but it's kind of a stretch.
Marriages, or one of the marriages, has nothing to do with the fundamental nature of what marriage is, and it never will.
Well, if you tell people who aren't saved that their marriages aren't real, then they could say, I'll just fornicate. These kids are just bastards. I can just fornicate and do whatever I want. I can join a threesome. That's not really my wife anyway. But that's not even true. We know from first.
Yeah, and would you use the state to enforce?
Okay, but let me put it to you this way.
Right. So again, Mark chapter 6, if he says, well, we're just going to basically effectively cut Mark chapter 6 out of our Bible and then say, no, only the Orthodox Church has ordained marriages are real marriages, then you have just told millions and millions of people around the world that they're not actually married to the woman that they have kids with. And that's a lie. That's a lie. Even your own Orthodox study Bible proves what I said. I cited it. I gave the screenshot. Everybody can read it. I'm not a liar. I'm not a fool. I can read. I can understand. And somehow my reading and understanding coincides with the understanding of the Orthodox Church. Even though I'm not Orthodox, I'm Protestant. And I'm being told you can't read. You need to have thousands of years of church case law in order to understand a single phrase in the Bible or a single word in the Bible. That's just not true.
The government says that transgender women are women. Does that make them women?
Aren't we repealing that? Are we fighting against that? Isn't that?
Well, I know, but your
you're
logic
making my
is
point.
saying,
No. You asked me. You're making my point.
I'm following your train of logic.
That is the evidence says that once you decommission that, people are embarrassed because they put it out there. Women suffer, children suffer, and not just trophies, and not just. It's also there's minds, their genitals. Everything is off. It's way more than trophies. And now the Democrats are still slinking back away from this, not wanting to talk about this. They want to talk about Epstein way more than they want to talk about how unfair it is that they can't take their son's penis off.
Okay, again, it's if the issue here is whether or not the public actually believes that a homosexual marriage is a legitimate marriage. I don't
change after legislation.
Again, you talked about approval again. If somebody,
yes, because approval has to do with how people are willing to live and how they're willing to teach their kids, which is entirely consequential. Look at that face. Look at that face. The face of unbelief. Oh my gosh. I don't know how you can make this argument. Okay, when we say should the government be involved? Okay, I'm using the supporting evidence of outcomes to involve the should. That's how the should comes into the question of should the government be involved? Yes. Here's why. Bad effects. Number one. Well, I want to change people's hearts and minds. That's great. One part of doing that is stopping the constant flow of degeneracy.
It has a tolerance and approval. It doesn't. I'm talking about the actual.
Well, now we're splitting hairs about tolerance and approval. Look,
all right, boys, hold up. We got to get to the poll here. The poll is locked in. 24 votes. Thank you to everyone who voted. If you didn't vote, you're a furry lover. 24 votes and 54%. So it's close. 54% said the winner of the 1v1 is Eli Nix.
No shit. I'll be down.
So re-examination. Tell everyone in the chat where they can find you and why they should bring you back for another shot at the $150 prize.
Yeah, so you can see me at Reexamination Show. I have a link tree in the description of my channel, and you shouldn't bring me back because I'm tired. I wanted to get an early debate. It was a good debate, Eli. You did very well. Thanks
you,
for having
likewise.
it. You're an honorable guy. So have a good one.
Hey, always a pleasure having you. And if they bring you back, you are more than welcome. But I know you said you're tired there.
Yeah.
But
I got the
until
crabs.
next time, my friend.
And then I lost my soul, ostensibly. So that was a fun debate. I still think that I was totally correct and totally justified in all my opinions here. Now, I want to head back over to racism because that's a hot topic.
Well, they didn't.
I'm going to.
Those are the.
Let's see. When does the panel actually begin? Yeah. So I think the panel actually begins. I want to jump to the place where I'm here. I want to get my questions in. I'm me. Listen to me. Here we go.
Yes,
but they
but
don't.
it-
Now let's back it up. But then they don't just hate. I have. Okay.
I was talking. I mean, you can leave it up after I leave.
So basically, this was a debate about whether or not racism exists. I covered this on my little dry erase board lesson earlier, but I want to get in more in-depth detail of how this played out because I think the first initial moments of the panel showed the underlying basis of why this is a crazy idea.
But
Marte was saying that racism does exist, and JS was saying that racism does not exist. And there you go. There's your context.
I gotta go pee because I was talking to my chat the whole time. I'll be right back. Okay.
I don't really care about the polls. I know Marte likes the polls, but I'm gonna declare victory regardless. So
Hey, JS, real quick, I got a question.
You're gonna pull a Minar right now before Minar's debate.
Oh, please don't.
Great, man. I like it. The consistency.
Quick question though: could it be that somebody hates the color and ad hoc, after the fact, post hoc rather, attributes reasons upon the existing hate? That's basically racism. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, say that instead of I hate crime, I just hate. I have these preconceived notions. I'm going to justify them so that even if you debunk something that I believe about somebody, that like a tendency or anything like that. Therefore, I'm going, even if you debunk that, I'm still going to continue with the hate, regardless of what you debunked.
no, I'm saying that that's backwards. I'm saying that the hating the color is the post hoc justification for what they really hate.
But okay, so he claimed hating the color is the post hoc justification. So he claims that they hate the color. They hate an action, which leads them to hate a color. That was his claim. So pay attention to the order of how that works. First, they hate the behavior, and as a result of the behavior, they hate the color. So if they hate the color, does that mean they hate the person who is colored that color? Can you say colored? Then they
I don't
hate
actually
all
hate the color.
But then wouldn't they hate all criminals equally that committed the crime that they're attributing to a race? So to speak.
Yeah.
Okay, that's my point then. But the problem is they don't do that. For example, if somebody believes that a certain demographic is always an illegal alien, right? Or they associate a certain demographic with being an illegal alien, and they say that across the board they are illegal aliens because I associate them with this illegal activity. And by them, I mean people who are perceived to be joined by some lineage, right? And you can see it manifest, and you use stereotypes to make the assumption, and you reinforce those beliefs. And then you say, well, all of these people are illegals. Well, no, they have not all committed illegal alien activity, but even though there is a high correlation in terms of what kinds of illegals come into America versus anybody else who came here as a naturalized citizen. Okay, yeah, that's or anybody else who is illegal rather that came from a different country or came from a different genetic stock. Yeah, that's true. But at the same time, that doesn't justify the idea that everybody who comes from a certain lineage has committed the same crime or is guilty of the same crime by dint of birth.
Yes,
but they don't. But they don't.
You think people don't equally hate criminals regardless of who does the crime?
No.
Criminal is the word in question. If you're saying criminal equals lineage, then you are smuggling in your conclusion, right? So criminal does not equal lineage. Criminal equals activity. And so if you associate activity with lineage, that becomes racism.
They hate the group of black people because they think black people do the most crime.
Okay, right. But what I'm saying is,
and maybe they do.
Maybe it's not always about crime.
But let's say that they
maybe it's about being annoying.
That's just an example.
And maybe you don't have to hate to be purely racist.
No. He's making a good point.
I want to go the other way with it though. Maybe you don't have to. Be
hold up, but Trench, let him finish his point there. Let him, you know what I mean? So
okay,
and then you get yours in.
When somebody joins a group, can you hear that? There's a car alarm going off in my neighborhood. Like, let's say it's the Klan, right? They don't join the group, and then they equally hate people who commit those same. Let's say they're doing the 50 and 13 or whatever, right? And let's say that they join that group because their declared reason is they hate black people, but you're saying they hate the crime. Why don't they speak out against all the crime that all the people are committing to the same intensity and with the same fervor as they would the people with a certain color who do that crime? Now, this is important because if the signal for them for criminal is the color of their skin, then they isolate it to that, then they're making a racial claim because they're saying that this lineage is morally inferior to other lineages. And if they say that they hate the crime, then it's the crime doing the work. It's the crime that they actually hate. That's how you can tell the difference. But the crime is not necessarily associated with lineage. The crime would be associated with the behavior of the individuals that actually committed the crime. That's the only relevant point. So he's either got to operate on the lineage begets behavior level or behavior begets guilt level, but he can't do both and crisscross them around at the same time. But he kind of tries to do that. Now, again, this is not throwing shade against JS. I get along with JS. JS and I are friends, but this is an opinion I strongly disagree with.
Don't you think that, like,
hold on, let me answer.
He's asking in the reverse.
I'm asking the debater, Trent.
Let me answer his question real quick.
I'm gonna go find.
So, I would say they do hate crime, but they've got this idea in their head that black people do the most crime. I hate crime. Therefore,
you can still believe black people do the most crime and not attribute it to their lineage, which is what racism is.
For I hate black people because they do the most of the crime. They're still going to hate a white person who does the crime, but they're going to justify their hate.
But they don't attribute the crimes of the people to their whiteness in that case. But this particular group that I'm trying to give example for would do that for the blackness of those people who are committing crimes. That's the difference.
For all black people based off of the crime.
So they're making an essentialism claim.
I'm not sure what that means, but
okay. That's convenient. They're tying the causality of the crime to the blackness, right?
Yes.
That's racism.
Yeah. And so their hate is indeterminate. Their hate isn't based off of an individual. It's based off of a group because they believe. So like when Trench brought up because annoying, well, let's say I hate people who talk in movie theaters. And every time I go to the movie theaters, it's a black person talking in the movie theater. Now I say I hate black people.
I get
why do you hate black people?
Okay, you just described the transition from a behavior hate to then later attributing the behavior to a lineage, which then becomes racism. It becomes that at a certain point, even though it didn't start out that way. That's when it becomes racism. But you can't take the process and then say because this end of the process didn't involve racism, therefore all the process didn't involve racism. That doesn't work.
Well, you hate black people because they're always talking in the movie theater.
Okay, well, instead of like moral claims, let's talk about non-moral claims that are immutable characteristics, because I think we get caught up in stuff like, well, what about people who sniff bicycle seats? Okay, let's get rid of all these weird choices that people make and focus on what is really the crux of all these arguments about sexism, racism. Okay, it was a mistake on my part to say let's take out the moral aspect of it, because part of the morals are a very helpful illustration in terms of understanding human, just different categories of how we think and how we move and live. It's a very clear, bright line. So let's see what I do next, because I kind of forgot and probably need to get hydrated. Whatever, which is immutable characteristics that in and of themselves carry
no moral weight, right? So when people attribute moral weight to a physical characteristic, such as they tie it to a moral action, when that's a category error, how come that isn't based on the color when the intensity of their hatred?
See, I didn't realize that we were going to split between color and phenotype and all this kind of stuff. So when I said color, I hadn't realized that I'd already fallen into a trap based on JS's way of categorizing these things.
Isn't based on the action, but the color.
Because it doesn't make sense. You just said it.
You can agree it doesn't make sense.
I agree it doesn't make sense. But when you're
Yeah,
saying
it's a category error.
Okay. Yeah. Well, when you're saying racism doesn't exist, you would agree that that they're mapping it onto people. You agree that the rationale they're using, they don't actually. The problem is, you said they actually hate these actions. They don't actually hate people based on the race. What I'm saying is,
I've never met anybody that just says, I hate the color black, therefore I hate black people.
Yeah, because they want to justify it on a moral level, not an aesthetic level. So of course you've never heard anybody say that's stupid. Nobody is that stupid. They always hate first, calculate, rationalize, and then codify it. That's how the process works.
No,
that would be stupid because black people aren't even actually black, and white people aren't even actually white.
Okay, the shade and how we're going to classify that is irrelevant to the actual issue.
I hate
it's about people. It's not they go to Home Depot and they look at all the black paint cans and they're kicking the black paint cans around because
right.
The color
So
black.
it's not colorism.
No, but
so to say it's not colorism, does that mean colorism doesn't exist? I didn't understand that approach.
But the colorism, they're attributing it to a different human ontos. It's a lot more specific than that. We're talking about a human to human thing.
Yes, it's a spiritual thing. It's ontological.
Great. If it's a spiritual thing, then we're not talking about colors. We're talking about humans.
Which part's ontological?
It's not physical. It's a category error to say that my hatred is because of this physical thing. My hatred is because of some ontological thing, your ideas,
It's both. It's the association of something you hate upon people who look differently than you, that you want to have some kind of prejudice against. That's the problem at hand.
Your worldview, the way you act, the things you do, the habits you have, which come from ideas. That doesn't come from your skin color. Doesn't come from the place geographically on the earth where you were born. It comes from something deeper than that. And I want to get to the root instead of calling it what it's not.
Okay.
You want to know where it starts though? Like if you want to look back at it, like its starting
it could
point.
start with your parents. It could start with your
slavery is
friend group.
nothing. We would all agree that slavery is nothing new. That every race under the sun has been a slave to somebody, right?
Yes. The problem is the importing of the term race in that case. It's like, in order for me to say yes, I have to agree that race exists. But, I just wanted to move along the conversation, I suppose. And I wasn't paying as good attention to the terminology as I wanted to. And plus, well.
Right. Slavery is usually about profit. It's not about skin color.
So when did slavery switch over from being specifically about being a conquered people?
When white people started doing it, then that's when it became racist.
No,
it is
because
it was racist.
You're not being.
Were racist.
Well, I believe white people enslaved other white people, and it wasn't considered racist then. Rev actually has a good answer for this later on in the conversation. I think Rev becomes part of the panel at some point.
We're doing this?
Google, where does the idea of racism come from? It's going to tell you the late 1500s and the early 1600s when white Christians were using the Bible to justify slavery and getting involved in the transatlantic slave trade.
So
That's
what does
bullshit.
that make them? If they're using that to justify,
I would contest that. I would contest that history.
I would too. And if you believe in racism, you should not be contesting that history because that's the origin of that belief.
Because most of the churches have stood against
how come you don't see
slavery.
as intense hate groups against murderers and thieves?
I would say that hate towards like pedophiles is more intense than racial.
Then how come you don't see like organized pedophile lynchers?
Because they're harder to find. You can't just see it outwardly on their skin color.
Okay, so here's the thing: just because you can't see it outwardly in their skin color doesn't mean anything. Because if you know somebody in your neighborhood did that, why don't you see the same people doing it? Like if you had an identifier, if people knew you on the street, if people knew your name and they knew you're a PDF file, right? And they didn't need to know the color of your skin. They just needed to know your name and where you lived and who knew you and who your family was. Then they could approach it, you know, in any way they want, if they were just as intense about that as they were about the idea of race. But they're not, which was the point I was making, which is why JS's excuse doesn't make any sense.
If pedophiles walked around with blue skin, we would be killing all the blue skin people, but that wouldn't be racist.
That actually proves my whole point.
My point was this is a product of the Enlightenment era.
Bomb drop. That's the
not
one-
really. That doesn't make any sense.
That's when they start. That's when they
You
start.
didn't answer the ratio. You didn't answer the hate group ratio at all.
Yeah.
You said that they hated the people for their actions. Then I said, why aren't there groups that act nearly as intensely as the KKK and other groups in their history for doing it? And you said, well, because if we couldn't
They
identify
can't
them,
find them. They don't know. They
But
don't know
then,
where they
hold
are.
on, re-examination.
Wait.
He
Don't we
then
have government
said-
websites so we can find them now?
But hold on, re-examination. He actually answered the question. He said if they identified as a color blue, we should kill them all, which means we should kill them all by this identifier.
No, I said if they were blue. I said if they were, if they had
Elder Lion's hilarious. Let's get Bluey.
blue skin,
Like the dog Bluey.
That's crazy.
if they had blue skin so that you could identify them,
Yeah.
and so we
And there's Rev.
start going after all the
If
blue
they
skin
had a
people.
color and you could identify them, then we
are
could
we
kill them
racist?
because of
Is
what?
that racist?
Identifier.
But you're not
The
you're
whole
not
point-
going after
okay.
them because of their skin color. You're
Here-
going
here's the
after them
difference.
because of what they do and what they believe, and that's what you hate.
Here's what's
But if all
disanalogous
blue
here.
skin,
Here's what's analogous here. You're saying if all certain
and also that
people-
assumes that
if
all
the
blue
certain
skin people are that,
wi-
but not
you're
all
saying
of
if
them
all
are.
the certain people,
Okay,
assuming that all blue skin people are like that, but not all of them are, then if you say that, then it's no longer racist to say that not all of them are, because you're no longer making a lineage claim. But for those who make the association necessarily between blue and bad, or black and bad, or white and bad, that's what racism. That's where racism begins, when it is essentially and irrevocably tied to a perceived lineage that is shown on your genetic manifestation of how you look.
You're not going after them because of their skin color. You're going
here's the
after them
difference.
because of what they do and what they believe, and that's what you hate.
Here's what's
But if all
disanalogous
blue
here.
skin, but
Here's what's analogous here. You're saying if all certain
and also that
people-
assumes that
if
all
the
blue
certain
skin people are that, but not
you're
all
saying
of
if
them
all
are.
the certain people with a certain moral action had a color that identified a moral action, then you could identify that. Racism is not about an actual moral action that's taken place. It is about attaching moral wrongness to the mere existence of a certain kind of people that have a certain genetic manifestation that you can identify.
you.
It is dumb, it is fake, but the
Yes.
racism idea still exists.
Right. Thank you, Rick. That's so eloquently said. Thank you, re-examination.
Then we have different definitions of existence. Go ahead.
Okay, so he said he had different definitions of existence. Let's go to his opening statement, though, because I think this is important. Okay, so we got all that. Let's see. Yeah, so JS's opening statement goes a little differently than that, because if he says that, if he looks at what I said about racism and says we have two different definitions of racism, when I just said racism is a belief, even though it is fake, it is not real, it is not true, but people still hold it. I thought he said that it was also a belief.
For being here tonight.
All right. I'm excited, ladies and gentlemen. Arguing against racism and the idea of racists with black guys is one of my favorite debates. Tonight's debate is basically a debate about words. Words have power, and some should be removed from our lexicon. And my position is racism or racist is one of those words. It represents an idea that doesn't exist outside of the minds of people who believe in it.
Yeah, but don't all ideas exist in minds? But okay, so if it's an idea that exists in the minds of people who don't believe in it?
It represents an idea that doesn't exist outside of the minds of people who believe in it.
Doesn't exist outside the minds of people who believe in it. So I don't know what he if he means that people who aren't racist believe racists exist, or that racists believe that races exist. And I was not clear on what that means. Let's see if he expounds on that.
In this debate, I will prove that there is no consistent definition of racism and that it is an arbitrary and subjective metric that constantly changes from person to person or place to place.
That doesn't disprove the existence of racism just because it's arbitrary and moves from person to person and place to place. You look at gender theory, and that also is different from person to person and place to place, and yet the ideology still exists. They get lobbyists. They have destroyed people's lives. They have destroyed children. They've destroyed women. They've destroyed men. It destroyed society in so many ways that need to be recovered and will take a long time to get over. And I cannot wait until the first publicly funded documentary comes out saying, what the heck were we doing when we thought this was a good idea? But until then, it exists.
Another important word we need to understand in this debate is hate and forms of hate. So let's start there. I will be posing a typology for hate as presented by Ingrid Varel-Farran in his paper titled Hate Towards a Four-Type Model. Farran argues for 4 types of hate in this model, these being normative, ideological, retributive, and malicious. I agree with this model and will be focusing on the ideological form for the sake of this debate. Here's the scenario to explain this type of hate in relation to so-called racism. Bob says he hates Black people because he believes they are all criminals. Bob's focus of hate here is indeterminate. It is not individual-based, but rather...
Bob says he hates Black people. His hate is indeterminate. Not buying it. Not buying it. Like just looking at a guy, it's like, I don't think you really hate that what you say. No, I really hate it. No, I don't think you do. No, I really do. I don't think you do, though. So, I mean, that's just you mind reading, though.
They're group-based. Bob's focus of hate here, or Bob's hate has been formed by in-group socialization or ideas he has learned through family, friends, coworkers, neighbors, etc. Bob has read studies and heard talking points and seen news articles and reports supporting his ideas, but may or may not have ever personally known or even met a Black person. Bob has developed a prejudice that he projects onto the target of his hate. This scenario would typically be called racism by those who have fallen prey to leftist ideology.
Okay, so just calling it leftist ideology is not going to scare me away from reasoning about what's actually going on and saying, hey, this actually makes sense. Racism is the idea of adding a moral, ontological, or hierarchical value to somebody's lineage and defining them, limiting them to that. That's what racism is. It happens all the time. To say that it doesn't exist is just not true.
Rather than logic. Bob doesn't actually hate a race. He hates crime.
Well, yeah, if I believe that some people were reptilians, I wouldn't actually be hating reptilians in real life because reptilians don't exist in real life. But if I believe that they are reptilians, I am still hating reptilians in the sense of my mind's belief system, right? And I would attribute that to people, and it had real world consequences, even though my beliefs aren't real in the real world. My beliefs are not reflecting what is real. But I'm still hating, I'm still acting upon them, and I'm still mistaken. But that doesn't change.
So why don't we call this criminalism? I can't even say it. Criminalism. If this sounds dumb to you, just know that it's just as dumb as thinking racism is a form of hate. Now I will demonstrate more in depth why race or racism cannot be consistently defined or held as some sort of belief or ism.
There are many belief systems that can't. I mean, you look at... Anyway, I've said this so many times, I'll just move them on.
Much less defended as a form of hate. Race could be based on skin color, ethnicity, nationality, culture, and in some cases, even religion. Most definitions will understand race to be a social construct which categorizes people based on physical traits or phenotypes or ancestry, which implies race could be based on genetics or family lineage. Many definitions of race or racism will also call attention to hierarchical implications or power dynamics. The standard method of determining race for data collection in the US Census and most race-based studies and surveys is self-identified race and ethnicity.
Yeah, I will say that this is a very creative take. I'll give him that.
The U.S. Office of Personnel Management's Guide to Personnel Data Standards on Ethnicity and Race Identification has the following options: Hispanic or Latino, American Indian or Alaskan Native, Asian, so I suppose a white Russian would be considered Asian, Black or African American, Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander, and white, which the form states includes Middle Eastern or North African descent, meaning an Iraqi Muslim or an Egyptian are white.
White.
So let's take another moment to examine this. What does this document mean by Hispanic?
Maybe to re-examine it?
Is this a race including the people of Latin American descent, or is Hispanic related to the people, speech, or culture of Spain? Spain is in Europe, and some Spanish people are considered Caucasian, which is people from the Caucasus Mountains, which border Europe and Asia, hence Caucasian. Your skin could be white, brown, or black, and you could have roots in Europe or South America and be considered Hispanic. An American Indian may consider themselves American or Indian, which has nothing to do with India, or maybe mestizo, which is indigenous in Spanish, which would be a European, Caucasian, Latin, Native American.
Well, either way, my point was he opens up his opening statement talking about how it's in the minds of individuals. And I said that it is a real idea, even though the idea itself is not true. It is not real. It is totally fake, but people hold the idea. So that was the point I was getting at. Not going to spend too much time on that one. Now, there was other interesting debates I'd gotten into recently. Yeah, one of my favorites being with Rev Russ versus Vigilante on Christ. Let me see if I can get back to where I pop in. Oh, man. Let's see. So I've heard about Shiva for a long time. This is me actually meeting Shiva for the first time. Where is that? So I'm in the group. I'm listening for a bit. Where is... Oh, wait, this is a little bit different, isn't it? Oh, shoot. This is different. Okay. I'm gonna back up. Apologies for the delay.
Became more Gnostic and like actually started accepting at least a version of Christianity. But I was just, how do you know he's the only God? Blah, blah, blah. That whole line of talking points. And like it made a lot of my panel guests started joining with me with that. And it made Prime Kai's and some of the other atheists just leave because I was like refusing to get away from those points.
So what's up?
Yep.
So let me see. I know Vintage, you were the first one up here. Did you have something you had like specifically for anyone or?
No, not really. Just
Okay. Dogs, did you?
There was. I'm trying to remember some stuff. Like
Okay, yeah, no worries. How about you,
like,
Nova?
oh yeah,
I know you had stuff in the chat there, Nova. So
yeah.
I think there was some place where this really, really picked up, and might have been where Brian came in.
I'm just like kind of curious because like from a Gnostic perspective, you say that you never question Jesus' divinity, and then you state that he did sacrifice himself to save people.
Okay, I'm thinking it's about here where things get a little spicier. Oh no, my interwebs.
You know, the X feels like they were invalidated. They get obsessed with you. It's the same thing. It's a mental fucking illness, dude.
There he is. There's Brian.
yeah, that was a next level. But sorry to interrupt you all with that. I just I had to show because I just said this not long ago how the dude's literally like just calls my fucking business number thinking.
Yeah, so he's talking about TrippyCast, how TrippyCast over in the Panelverse has got an ongoing rivalry with Speakeasy. Check out Speakeasy's channel. He's got great panelists, great debates, great format, very fun. And of course, I have fun with all the people going on, well, for the most part, going on there. But it's a rip-roaring kind of time.
He's like, it's stalker shit. And as you guys all seen.
I don't even know you had a business number. I wouldn't even think to be like, oh, he's got a business number. Let's try. I'm not even at the point of Speakeasy has a business number. I'm just like, this guy just went like, that's what it is. He went like level 9.
I'm just gonna call this dude. Like, I'm gonna look him up, find him, and call this dude on his fucking business number.
It sounded like he was calling from underneath a bridge somewhere. I hear.
You know,
Well, that's it. That's his mom's like Obama. What's that?
gosh.
no, don't do that.
I want you to know. Like, this
clothes shop, so they have like a dressing room where you can like try.
Like,
Hey,
Mom, can you see this up my butt?
shoes before you try the shoes, you put it inside the dildo just to verify it's correct.
But talking about all kinds of stuff.
Bigger.
26 in that.
That's why I found out after he was live, and I was.
Oh gosh, moving on.
Oh man. Jeez.
All right, sorry to derail you
Here we
guys
go.
there. Just before we bring it back, someone can bring it back for us. But I just wanted to, because I do a poll. Anyone who hasn't voted on the poll yet, we got a poll there who had the best argument. So we got Rev Russ and Vigilante. Rev is sitting at a big 84% of the votes, chat. So get your votes in there. All right, get your votes in there. And also reminder, both of the main debaters of tonight are in the description. Go sub up to both of them. Show them some love. They deserve support. I forgot the StreamYard to let me know, and I'll because I get.
All right, we're getting up to it.
Tech
Live
easy
stream
way.
myself.
Yeah, it's the easy way. Exactly.
I need to start co-streaming again. Or
Hold up. Oh, look on my.
Okay. Man, when does it begin?
It's a business number, you idiot. Anybody can have it. What was the point of having a business number if I had to keep it private, you dummy?
Yeah, door. Public information. You
Most
look
people
up
don't
business,
call fucking
they
me at
have
the
a
middle of the
number.
night to hear my voice.
It's because he needed something to
That
use.
that
on
was
his
the
phone,
only
right?
that was the easiest stalker method. You know, that was the easiest stalker method. You know, the bro's not intelligent enough to actually hack your shit.
Trying to see where
Anyway.
the actual debate happens. It's a good debate. Yeah.
I will.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. True. The whole chat will start.
You went that sort of DJ. You went
This went on and on and on.
And we're like,
Okay.
That will be the argument saying that it doesn't.
Okay. So here's where the discussion.
You can't.
comes in.
One second.
Youth dilemma, right?
You're actually buying it, or
I
just the
missed
experience
something
watching
All right.
watching them try it.
It's
all
coming up. I
and
promise.
like-
Oh, that's
Anytime
right.
now.
I
We
don't
got
want
an
my
actual
mom to be a
debate.
degenerate either. That's right.
Now remember, we were all having a Bible debate before this.
Yeah.
open panel.
I know. Right?
Yeah. My derailing it. Here, let me bring us back on track. How about this? If Jesus came to save humanity from an evil Yahweh, right? Because that's kind of where
This is one of my favorite arguments that they use. I hope to find some footage of my first interaction with Pisco somewhere. Pisco and Ryan Mullally, where they do their debate of has a Democrat Party left America's founding principles or something like that. And it gets a little theological, so hopefully I can find that and we can incorporate that into this overall live stream.
Vigilante is standing here, right?
Oh,
So
really?
what objective standard can everyone here on the panel that's accessible
Water.
to everyone on the panel would we use to determine which divine revelations are good and which are evil, like without simply appealing to like our personal preferences?
Well, first and foremost, I appeal straight to scripture. Jesus often referenced the Old Testament scriptures. He referred to the God of the Old Testament as his father and referred to that God of the Old Testament as he himself. So it's really hard to try to drive a wedge between the God of the Old Testament and Jesus Christ of the New Testament, if we're
Right.
being faithful to the text.
And Jesus says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. So to say you are the truth automatically subordinates any other gods or any other beings whatsoever to under your feet. It's over. The truth, that is all comprehensive of all reality.
Yeah, exactly. And to drive that verse home, Jesus also says, and no one comes to the Father but by me. But he also says, no man cometh to me except the Father draw him.
Right, John 6:44. If anybody,
Yes, sir.
I would also say that there is no evil
Okay, so if any of you are just tuning in, this is a re-examination show, reviewing re-examination show, proving the namesake that it is true. I do go back and I do look and I do analyze my own debates. I do analyze what I say, and I analyze what other people say. That's the more fun part. This is the abstraction that I like to perform live in terms of seeing how well did I do? Did I reason that well? Did my opponent reason that well? What could I have said? What could I have not said?
God of the Old Testament.
Please like and subscribe. Share with friends. Share with family. And I don't have a Patreon, so don't worry about that. I'm not asking for money at this point. I'm not down on my luck.
Like, if we read the Old Testament, it's humanity that became evil, not God.
Well, evil
I would
God is also
disagree
a
with that.
self-defeating
Actually,
thing.
I absolutely disagree. I believe that there can be an argument pretty much understandable for saying, but for people thinking that the Old Testament God is evil.
Okay, by what standard?
I think
here's
the
thing.
argument's
The
not.
problem is that an evil God proposition is a self-defeating proposition, because if God created the universe, everything is subordinate to him, and he is the standard of what is good. And if good equals what ought be, and evil equals what ought not be, then the foundation of truth is what ought not be, which is a self-defeating proposition. So an evil God is logically impossible.
I understand, but there's also, for example, the debate that says that is it good something because God's commanded, or is it
The
good?
Euthyphro dilemma, right? So the Euthyphro dilemma fails because you can't have an impersonal standard for something. So to say that there's something above God being that standard doesn't make any sense, because only a person can be an ethical standard. It can't be anything that is impersonal. And so so if God wouldn't be God,
Wait, so rules?
Yeah. So for example, like if God had someone above him, then that person above him would be God, which would beg the question of, okay, well then is God the arbiter of truth? And we're just asking the same question, just rearranging things all over again. And again, it's hard for me to describe to people. I'm finding out that a person must be a moral standard. It can't be an idea just being a moral standard. It can't be some abstraction, because abstractions don't have a necessary relationship with humanity, but morals do. And morals aren't prescribed by anything but persons, and we cannot be created for the purpose of anything but what a mind has purposed us to do. We can't be purposed by unconscious inanimate stuff or things. It has to be by a person. That's why it has to be a personal standard. So that's one way we know that God exists.
One sec, for example, you can't judge a set of rules and say that whether those rules are ethical or not.
So you judge a set of rules based on actual moral laws, which cannot come, like I said, from anything impersonal. So just because you set down the 10 commandments, just because you set down a list of rules, that doesn't actually, in the rules, like the actual piece of paper or the tablets you put them on, the stone tablets you put them on, aren't impersonal. It doesn't make the rules thereby impersonal. And that's where Teriak is getting wrong. The rules have to do with persons, and you can't confer rules from non-persons. So, for example, the phrase "nobody is perfect" only makes sense if somebody is perfect. To say nobody is perfect, you can't hold non-persons to a moral standard. That makes no sense. Only persons can be held to a moral standard by an actual person, right? In other words, moral perfection cannot be exemplified in anything but a person. If I'm saying that something is morally perfect, I'm not talking about a rock. A rock has never sinned, therefore the rock is morally perfect, therefore the rock is innocent. Well, no, that's not how moral agency works. That's not how moral accountability works. That's not how moral examples work. Be like the rock, just sit there, and do no wrong. That's not how that works. What's going on here, rather, is that when you say nobody's perfect, what you're measuring is a list of ideals and virtues. And if you list that ideal and virtue, and you have a vision and an understanding of what a perfect virtue would look like and a perfect ideal would look like as far as behaviors, that can only be known by having a known example of what that looks like. Because if we didn't have a category for what love looked like, then how would we say that our love is imperfect? How would we say that our generosity is imperfect? How would we say that any of these things? We have to compare it to an existing standard, and that has to be personal, and that has to be universal, and it has to be true, and therefore it has to be God.
But
You
the thing
can't
is,
be, you can't
perfectly
be morally
firm.
accountable to a non-person.
No,
But the
an
thing is
action, a non-person action can be moral or immoral.
Compared to who?
What?
I actually don't even know what a non-person action is. Does anybody know what a non-person action is? Is that like a cloud raining? Is that a non-person action?
It's not compared to a rock.
Is that true? Is that one sec? We're examining it. Is that true or false? That an action can be moral or immoral?
Yes, it's true.
Okay, so then a person's not needed.
That doesn't make any sense. That's a huge error.
That's a non sequitur. That's a non sequitur.
It's not a non sequitur.
It is a non sequitur.
If an action can be moral or immoral, therefore, hey, Shapingro. Yeah, we are all well. I am breaking in my new chair, and my new chair is breaking in my old back. So there's that. I am reviewing my past debates right now. I got one coming up. I don't know if you're aware, but I am debating on Sunday night, 5 Central, 6 Pacific, no, 5 Central, 6 Eastern p.m. Does biblical Christianity give moral approval to slavery? I hope you have time to check in. If not, I understand. It is a Sunday night leading into a Monday. So that can be a challenge for people. But yeah, right now I'm just reviewing debates. I wanted to do this kind of in one fell swoop. And there's a lot to this video. I think I did a pretty good job for a live stream for this video, just comprehensively looking at past debates I've done. I think giving an honest evaluation of both my opponents and myself. And unfortunately, I'm probably too candid for my own good. But welcome to the channel.
What was the question?
No, you're the one that made the claim that it has to be personified.
I didn't.
God
say
has to be personified, and I just showed you where a case where it doesn't have to be.
No, that's a complete non sequitur. You cannot be okay. In order for a moral law to exist, there must be accountability to a person. You can't be accountable to the inanimate object like this bell. I can't be like, well, this bell is there it is. I can't say, well, this bell is morally perfect. It's not a moral agent, right? And it's also not a moral arbiter. God is a moral arbiter. You can't.
One second.
Go ahead.
We cannot. I've heard many times that people say that we cannot be accountable for the crimes that happened before Jesus arrived to Earth. All the Old
That's not true.
Testament that's a lie. This is something I heard. I'm not. You're saying, well, in that case, how can you be accountable to someone who hasn't have a guide, who hasn't never?
Nope. Shapingro says, "I'll do my best to be here. Does it conflict with Ryan's Sunday night show?" That is a great question. Unfortunately, being on YouTube, you can't account for who has a show and who everybody has a show. I'm gonna check over and see. Natural Law. Go ahead and subscribe also to Natural Law. I am telling everybody to subscribe to everybody that I've ever interacted with for some reason. It's not a good business model, but hey, these are my buddies. Natural Law with Ryan Mullally. Some people call it Mullally. I don't even know anymore. Let's see. If you look at Natural Law's live streams, I don't see a scheduled one. It's a live stream, right, Shapingro? I'm guessing it's a live stream, but I don't see anyone that's really scheduled right now.
Had someone to follow the way to show how the thing has to be done.
Romans 1 makes it clear that all men have seen God because he's clearly shown himself to them, not only in creation, but in their conscience.
Mm-hmm.
We are all given a conscience. We are all moral agents. Even people who have never heard the name Jesus have a conscience. They have a sense of their own self-worth. They have a sense.
What is the C for? What C? You will have to fill me in.
Not self-worth. They have a sense of their own intrinsic worth, I should say, because they're made in the image of God. They have a sense of the other people's worth. They have a sense of purpose. And one of the reasons you tell yourself a sense of purpose is when you feel purposeless, you feel absolutely hopeless. Some essential part of you is gone, right? And then when you've sinned, your conscience, as long as you've not seared it,
can I ask you a question? What do you think of the argument that says that the conscience that humans have is not truly a conscience? Is part of egotism? Sorry, I'm not.
Yeah, so that's usually after Gen Z dropped out for work reasons. There's no set time. Okay, Gen Z lawyer dropped out for work reasons. Okay, so interesting. Okay. Yeah, so Gen Z lawyer, for those of you watching who don't know, used to be a part of the Ryan Mullally's show, or at least used to be a frequent contributor, and was part of that debate with Pisco and Nonfon. Shout out to those guys, who probably disagree with me in a lot of ways. But yeah, okay, interesting. Yeah, Gen Z lawyer. I mean, being a millennial, I'm like, there are Gen Z lawyers. Now I'm old. I'm got a younger guy. I might have to fight for me someday. Who knows?
Not English native, so maybe I'm not speaking correctly and mistake. I'm sorry. I say sorry beforehand. I talk about the argument that people say that conscience on itself isn't something that's have morality, but it's something purely made from egotism. As ourselves, we don't like to be harmed, so we don't want people to harm us. So we create a law where we try that no one is going to be harmed, as we don't like it. We don't like our things to be still.
Yeah, so this reminds me of the argument Alex O'Connor used early in his career when he would say, well, people don't like things that are awful, that we just call them awful. It's kind of like how the fact that we all commonly find certain phenomena to be unpleasant. Like if we ate tar, we would call that bad. But the question is, then why don't we call eating tar immoral? Why don't we call the taste of tar immoral if we all universally feel bad about that? Why are we attributing morality to things? And I guess he would say, well, it becomes from the conscious choice of a creature who could have done otherwise. And it's like, okay, but then we could still classify the conscious creature as a choice that they could have done otherwise with as not moral, but unpleasant. Why do we, if we are the basis of what's morality, why do we add the moral component to it? That's what I want to know. It seems like we have a natural recognition of somebody's consciousness and their free will, which they would be accountable for. Shapingro says, I'm just joking at Ryan's name. Sorry to distract. I'm guessing that the C would be it would be the Ryan C. Mullally part of it, the middle name, middle initial. That's my guess.
So we don't want people to steal our things. We don't steal from others, so they don't steal back.
Maybe the C is for Shapingro. Emotivism, basically, is what you're getting at. Is what you like and don't like. Yeah. So in this world where you're proposing emotivism, does moral reality exist? Are there absolute moral standards, regardless of whether we feel a certain way or not?
That would be the argument saying that it doesn't. That's my question. What do you believe in that case?
Kind of a stupid move for me to say that, because if it's emotivism, then it necessarily means that emotions are real, but morals are not. So I was still trying to at least parse that out, but I think I parsed too far into like the dividing by zero logic, which does not work.
Okay, well, in that case, it wouldn't, to even propose that kind of idea is also in its own way self-defeating, because if you're going to correct me on what's right or wrong, then that means there's truth value to me knowing true things and believing true things. So if you're going to contend and say, no, morality isn't true, what you're saying is I still value truth because I value it enough to correct when you're wrong, because I believe humans should think correctly. So it's still a self-defeating proposition.
Wouldn't it also fall in line with the whole morality is subjective ideology as well? Where like,
I mean, that's the point. That's the point. That was argued that morality is subjective.
So I don't think anybody really believes that morality is subjective. I know Planet Peterson did a whole thing. Oh man, I made a doc about that. I was in Planet Peterson's. Let's see if I have it on hand. I was in one of Planet Peterson's comment sections and see if I can find that, because that's funny. Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna share this tab here. I was in Planet Peterson, one of his chats. I said, I do believe morality exists, and so do you, because the way he phrased it was, morality doesn't exist, and you know it, or I don't believe morality exists, and neither do you, or something like that. I said, each and every one of his arguments, and each supporting argument rests on the idea that we ought to debate honestly, we ought to believe true things, we ought to not say false things, there are right ways and wrong ways to think, wrong ideas ought to be corrected, there is value in thinking correctly, we have responsibility to promote correct thinking, and we cannot opt out of these imperatives and have personal integrity at the same time, etc. Bonus, God is the foundation of truth, because if we are universally and throughout time responsible to each other categorically as a species, then the foundation of truth must be personal, transcendent, and eternal, because you can't be accountable to anything impersonal. Accountability has to do with persons. Even in the Old and New Testament, it distinguishes from moral, civil, and ceremonial law. This is not all that hard for those honest enough to study a worldview in its own terms instead of from the standpoint of jokers who haven't given a serious read. Is that a little harsh? Sure. So Planet Peterson gives some replies. What did I say? Why does the Christian caller then violate every one of those points? That's not a good move. I say, let's assume your comment is 100% true. It still supposes objective morality. Romans 3:4 says, let God be true and every man a liar. If it's possible to lie, that doesn't negate truth. T.J. Kirk, the amazing atheist, prayed when his dad died. Is that an argument for God's existence? No more than if you show a Christian to lie. Your very complaint holds him to a moral standard, or at least an obligation to remain consistent, think correctly, or leave others alone. Objective morality is all over this comment section and video, inescapably. And then he says to me, let's assume your comment, Great, then you lost the argument. Yeah, okay, good job. My moral standard is subjective, so is yours. What? What do you want to talk about next? Do you have evidence for God and deity? Okay, so basically they know that they're wrong. They know that objective moral standards exist, because when they ask for evidence, what they're saying is you ought to think correctly, you ought to believe correctly, all those things that I just said. And he just proves it and says, actually, I win and you lose because give me proof for God. And then I go and say, your comment assumes, again, we have to debate honestly. We have to believe true things. We have to not say false things. There are right ways and wrong ways to think. The wrong ideas ought to be corrected. There is value in thinking correctly. We have a responsibility to promote correct thinking, and we cannot opt out of these imperatives and have personal integrity, etc. I think you see how this is going to go. Objective morality exists inescapably. And then he says, no, it doesn't. You're putting words in my mouth. Oh, is putting words in your mouth objectively morally wrong? Even if you do not adhere to these rules, you believe in a God without sufficient evidence. Okay. And then let's see. I'm waiting for when does Planet Peterson come in here? Okay. So Planet Peterson goes, not a single one of these things is a moral claim. You're arguing saying that 2 + 2 is 5 is morally incorrect. No. What I would be saying is, if you are a teacher, if you were a teacher in a school and you were teaching kids in math class 2 + 2 is 5, then you are committing a moral wrong by proxy of telling kids something that is not true when you ought to tell kids something that is true, right? So even if you are stupid enough to believe and somehow got to be in a teaching position, which you're probably in the Chicago Teachers Union, if you're arguing that 2 + 2 is 5, then you, even if you're dumb enough to believe it, you're still committing a moral wrong by being irresponsibly stupid in your position, where you ought to let somebody who's competent be there and not fill it with your little butt. Okay. I said honesty is not a moral claim. Responsibility is not a moral claim. The promotion of truth as a moral ought is not a moral claim. And then Planet Peterson says, anybody can know and discuss which things are true and diagnose propositions without a moral framework. Anybody can know and discuss which things are true and diagnose propositions without a moral framework. And I think that it was this was later deleted and then reposted. And then, so I said, do you diagnose that honesty, responsibility, and the moral ought to promote truths are not moral claims? Was that merely an error? And you'll never guess what he said next. Nothing. He said absolutely nothing. He decided to disengage. So that was fun. Let's see. Is self-flagellation a sin? Yeah, that's a great question, because I know that Catholics engage in that, and I'm not a Catholic. I think that bodily harm in the Bible is never shown to be a good thing. Like, for example, I think it's in the book of 1 Kings, there's Elijah the prophet, and he challenges the prophets of Baal to a contest to see whose God is real. And this is not a model experiment to be used today. This was a particular time where you have prophets. We don't have prophets anymore. But the experiment was this: that Elijah had his sacrifice before the Lord, and then the prophets of Baal had their sacrifice. And the conditions were this: they both had an altar, and in one altar they had their calf, and Elijah had his calf as an altar to the Lord. And the prophets of Baal would cry out and pray and cry out and pray, but Baal doesn't exist, right? And one of the things that they would do to cry out for pleading with Baal was they would cut themselves. Now, I know cutting themselves is not the same thing exactly as self-flagellation, but self-flagellation, it doesn't actually appease God. It doesn't actually make you a better person. It doesn't do anything morally. It could only cause more harm. But that's one example where people who were not in line with God had harmed themselves physically, and they did that as some kind of religious, ritualistic sort of deal. And so obviously, that from an anti-God perspective, pro-Baal perspective, that's, I would see that as more like yeah, morally wrong to harm yourself. I mean, even when it talks about marriage, I don't know if this is in Ephesians talking about marriage, but you're supposed to love your wife as you love your own body. No one ever hated their own body, but nourish it and cherish it and do those sorts of things. You love your neighbor as yourself, right? So if you're not going to smack up your neighbor, why would you smack up yourself? Also, another example, Jesus came into encounter with a man who was demon possessed and had extraordinary strength. And one of the things that he would do was also cut himself and harm himself when he was out in the wilderness and crying out. Another thing, there was a kid who would tear himself, throw himself into the fire, throw himself into the water when he was possessed, that Jesus cast the demon out of. So there are many ways to look at the depictions of self-harm in the Bible. I've never found a depiction of self-harm in the Bible that glorifies God. In fact, it's always associated with something that is spiritually dark, like demon worship, like Baal worship, like demon possession. So I don't see that. I don't see flagellation too much differently in terms of self-harm, because otherwise, what's the point of self-flagellation? He says the true value on that one would decide the tar matter. So eating tar is a moral wrong by your analysis. Pretty cut and dry. No, eating. Well, let's say eating tar, doing self-harm. Like if you were to eat Tide Pods and drink poison and do things that would intentionally harm yourself, there is an argument for that. But what I'm saying is that, yeah, since you do have a responsibility to take, and there's gradations with health, right? In terms of like, sometimes you can eat, like in scripture, you can have a fattened calf and kill the fattened calf, which is the fattened calf is that as healthy for you as, say, a vegetable smoothie? No. But if you say eating tar is a moral wrong, it's a moral wrong in terms of definitely being foolish and stupid and also harming yourself. So if you wouldn't overdose on sleeping pills or wouldn't like abuse drugs or things like that. Now take the inebriation calculation out of the drugs. If you were just abusing your body, in ways that it wasn't like some kind of judgment call, like, if you could go to Burger King or Taco Bell less, then yeah, it's a good philosophical question. I think there's gradations of how that works in terms of harming your body, whether or not you can have a Twinkie versus down the line of whether or not you can eat tar. I think eating tar obviously is detrimental to your body, and it's not even just like you're not sleeping enough, which you should get sleep. But yeah, I would say especially if you're doing it with the intent to harm your body, there's an argument for that. I would have to work out all the details. I can't claim to have the full answer, but I would say that there is a solid argument that because eating tar is self-harm, that it would be sinful because it's definitely not nourishing and cherishing the body that God gave you. Let's see. Tar has been found to cause cancer in California. Well, yeah. I mean, imagine you're a father and then you decide, you only live once. I'm going to eat some tar. And then your kids have to watch you just waste away because why? It wasn't because you drank out of the wrong river. It wasn't because, those mean, horrible corporate guys with their nuclear power plant was upstream from you. It was because one day you were perfectly healthy and you decided to eat tar. There's a word for that involving the syllable tar, but we're going to move on.
The problem is how can it be subjective? Because if morality is subjective, then we end up going to a circular debate here about how, if, for instance, a graper is justified in what he does because to him that's morally correct.
By the way, all these people who say morality doesn't exist are also immediately turn around and use moral grounds to undermine any form of religion, especially Christianity.
Okay, yeah, it all just boils down to my preference.
That's the point. It's not that something has to be morally correct for you. It's what society is going to pose. Let's take, for example, the Aztec. The Aztec considered that making human sacrifice was something good and correct. In that society, they consider it correct and morally agreeable.
Real
Now,
quick, somebody in the chat wants me to answer the Euthyphro dilemma. So the Euthyphro dilemma is that the standard is not above God to he supersedes, and it's not below God, as in something he can make up ad hoc. The character of God itself, which is eternal and unchanging, is the standard, and that's part of why I'm saying it's personal. That's why the Euthyphro dilemma fails, because it's neither above nor below, but within, intrinsic to God eternally. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, I understand what you're saying. Just for myself to understand correctly, you're saying that God is intrinsically good, so it doesn't matter because it's not. You cannot separate both terms from one and the other. That's what you're more or less saying.
True. So because God is the foundation of truth, then his understanding of things is necessarily the objective reality, both personal and material and immaterial. Yeah. So if a mind,
but then we also can't understand.
If a mind defines what reality is, and like this is not a perfect analogy, but of course, if you are a programmer, the mind sets where the parameters are. The mind that is using the hands to use the keyboard to set the parameters, that's what defines what the reality is in terms of the virtual program that they are employing, right? And so the same is true with the universe. If the universe is contingent upon the mind of a God, in this case, the God of the Bible, then no matter what, the thoughts of the God who is making the reality are necessarily the truth. Now, again, of course, the programmer analogy is not great, but if we took the mind of the programmer as the non-contingent, and we took the program that he was constructing himself as the contingent reality, and all of reality was, it was analogous to the program that he was creating, then therefore we could understand that the mind of the programmer is that foundation of truth. So the program going to the programmer and saying, well, how do you know that's true? It's like, that's the cornerstone of what is true is my mind, and is therefore true. It is a self-sustaining, self-justifying basis. Let's see. Let me know if you ever want to go back and forth on these ideas of the biblically unread heathen. Who is this biblically unread heathen? I'm guessing Shapingro is referring possibly to himself, because I'm already doing some of that on Sunday night.
And God, because we're not God, which means like your argument falls flat in his face.
Well, we're also not a lot of things. Does that mean we can't understand anything at all that we're not?
Okay, can I show you the shadow of a tesseract in the third dimensional space?
What?
Have you seen a diagram of a
What's that
tesseract?
relevant
Well, it's relevant because you say something's impossible because you can't rationalize it in your brain.
Use the one that make the claim that like understanding God is impossible.
So now Shapingro is asking, is the program functional or imperative? That's a good question to expand upon. Like I said, it is not a perfect analogy. I don't think there is a perfect analogy we can understand, because we as humans, we think of ourselves in physical terms all the time. I am dependent upon the air I breathe. I'm dependent upon the laws of motion and the laws of physics holding together and keeping in place. So we think of reality as the aquarium by which minds exist inside and subsist upon, right? So what we don't think of is the personal nature of what it takes to build the reality and establish the reality that we're in. So like when the Bible teaches that we are made in the image of God, it teaches that we are made for God's purposes. That is our teleology. We are made to represent God. We are made to glorify God. And that's where our moral conscience comes in. And also, we think of it in terms of like the beauty of the world, right? Is beauty real? I would argue that beauty is real. I would argue that, different people have different tastes, but that doesn't take away from the reality of beauty in and of itself. I believe that disorder obviously would be the absence of beauty, and it would be the absence of organization and order and things like that. I believe we can tell order from disorder based on our recognition of what God has done versus like what our sin has done to the universe. When you say, is the program functional or imperative? I mean, it seems like if you're talking about what God does, I mean, there's both. There's both at work, because, God makes things work, and also God calls it good, and God makes things the way they should be. And in our sin, we screw things up, but God redeems us through Jesus Christ if we trust him as Lord and Savior, and then he gives us a new heart, puts the Holy Spirit in us, changes our direction of lives, and what we used to hate, being God, we used to hate God, and now we love him. And we used to love sin, and now we hate it. Obviously, a little different. I might go into it a little bit more in this debate. We'll see how that goes.
But then you're also saying, well, you have to understand God in order to
you
ground
can
morality.
Okay, there's a difference between fully understanding everything possible about an infinite being that is superior to everything and set aside of everything else, and having some understandings of some things in a limited sense. We do this in science all the time. We understand part of a thing even in science, and there's a lot of things that we don't understand in other aspects of the thing. But that doesn't mean we don't understand anything.
But then we go into the God of gaps.
Yeah, but
Then
we
is
don't
when we
make
start talking
claims.
about the God of
One
gaps.
sec. We don't make claims that unless you take science on faith, that you cannot understand science.
No, but what you're saying is if you are conflating understand everything versus understand something. You're using the word understand in kind of an equivocating sort of way. You're using it too broadly. You need to be more specific when you say can't understand God. I can admit that I don't fully understand the Trinity, and I never will. I never will. However, that doesn't mean I can't accept what I am told by faith, that God knows it is real, it is true, and I can trust him for it. Yeah, one example you can use for this, like say, is predestination and free will. Atheists have the same problem of predestination and free will. Are they a hard determinist, meaning that what their brain thinks is only the continuous unfurling of physics that began at the Big Bang and is mathematically determined by what necessarily has to happen based on the parameters of how the Big Bang started, and what it's going to be produced is just, if we've had the right algorithm, we could project how the universe was going to end, or how the universe was at least going to continue. If we just knew how to trace and track everything, then we could, then it's just all mathematical. We'd realize it's all just dominoes. It's all just pool balls. It's all just billiards with atoms. Then yeah, no big deal. But then again, if you are an atheist, you also have to deal with the fact that you make choices. In fact, how can you make a rational assessment of something if you can't make choices? If you could have thought no other way than the way you think, can you attribute it to rationality? And same thing with emotions. Are your emotions fueling your rationality, or is your rationality fueling your emotions? Because if your rationality is fueling your emotions, then you can justify your moral outrage. You can justify feeling good about something. You can justify feeling bad about something. But if your emotions are fueling your rationality, then your rationality is just a post hoc justification of the things that you already feel based on chemicals that are in your brain. So, yeah. Here, give me uno momento. Because he's never lied to me. He is the truth.
To get to the core of this, like, this is the Euthyphro dilemma. Is the good good because it's holy, or is the good good because it's good?
Ask and answer.
Yeah,
I already
yeah.
told you,
Well, what I'm
it's
saying
not
is
above him.
your answer falls flat on its face, because you're making the claim that you're making the claim that God is the grounding of
one sec. Logos, not I mean.
good, which means if God says it's good, then it's good.
No,
If
that's
God says it's
divine
bad, then
command
it's
theory.
bad.
That's divine command theory. I reject divine command theory. That divine command theory is the subordinate where you can toggle what's good and what's not at a whim. That's divine command theory. You're confusing divine command theory with God's character theory, which is different than God subordinating himself to a moral standard. There's subordination where it's out of his hands and he just has to do what it says. Then there's divine command theory where he can just mess around with it and change it wherever he wants. And then there's God's character, which avoids both those pitfalls. It doesn't fall flat in his face. You're confusing two theories.
So to ask,
What's interesting to me is Vigilante was, maybe he's tired from this debate with Rev Russ that he had. But once I left the panel, this debate, he was talking a lot more. But when I was here, he was talking a lot less. I wonder if he was just gathering notes or what the deal was with him.
one sec, just to get the answer to this.
One sec.
Does God love good because he is good?
He just repeats the Euthyphro dilemma all over again.
Or is good good because it's loved by God?
God provides his own approval and is the foundation of truth, and therefore his approval is truth. And because it's unchanging, and because he is perfect and unchanging, that's why it's solid. It's not him.
Yeah. So what you're saying, reexamination is God is good because God is good. You're just taking on.
I can say God is good because God is good, and that would actually not be logically fallacious. And the reason it wouldn't be fallacious is because if a person is the grounds of reality, then God is good because God is good would make sense. Now, usually people would say, well, circular reasoning and therefore self-nullifying because it doesn't have sufficient grounding. But the whole point of circular reasoning is the claim that the thing itself does not have sufficient grounding for its own justification. For another example I've heard somebody use is, how do you know you remember something? The natural answer to that question is because I remember it. Is that circular reasoning? Yes, but is memory the foundation for memory? Yeah. So if God makes a universe and makes us moral agents in here, and we're able to make our decisions, right, and that we measure our decisions and our actions by a moral standard, the moral standard has to come from the God who made us and gave us purpose and things like that. So if God made us, gave us purpose, gave us direction, and then we go against that, how can that be possibly morally on the same level as what our purpose given was, right? So even the idea of a completely free will is wouldn't make sense in the biblical framework, because we don't will what our own purpose is. God didn't make us to make decisions, make any decision. All decisions are free will exercise, and decisions are decisions, and that's free will, right? So I mean, that's obviously not what's going on here. Chapingo says, this sounds quite analogous to the name the trait argument I often hear from vegans. Yeah, so the trait, here's the thing. If I was to go into a name the trait with a vegan thing, at least not as a distinguishing factor, no traits involved. Our nature is solid, valid, rebuttal. Yeah. So our nature from a Christian worldview is we are made as humans in the image of God. That's what differentiates us. We are made to have right relationship with God and be his servants, but also his sons. And even as Christ calls us, friend, which for a God to condescend to our level and call us friend is one of the most amazing things ever, on top of even what you hear in Revelation when he says, I will have you sit with me on my throne, and things like that to Christians. It's just unbelievable for those of us, who are humans, and we all deserve hell for even if I was the only person on earth, and I don't remember which minister put this together, but if I was the only person on earth, Jesus would still have to come down and die for my sins in order for me to go to heaven. And we think about it in the terms of sins of the world, but really it is sin in general, because sin offends all of an infinite God, and sin that offends all of an infinite God deserves all of an infinite punishment. But yeah, if I was debating a vegan on that, they would say, name the trait, and that's how it always goes with them. So I would say to them, well, the trait would be I'm made in the image of God, and that's why I wouldn't eat a human, right? I'm also made in the image of God, and I can read 1 Timothy 4, which talks about prohibiting eating of meats, being among the doctrines of demons, also prohibiting marriage, if meats are supposed to be received with thanksgiving, and you shouldn't judge in meat or drink, as it talks about, I think it's in Romans 14, but I could be wrong about that. I got to do more research. Then, yeah, we're free to eat animals. I mean, look at Acts chapter 10. We had this debate with Manar. Oh my gosh, that was so painful. Oh my gosh, why don't I even remind myself about that? So yeah, I would say because God is the truth and God has allowed us to eat meat, after the fall, therefore I'm allowed to eat meat. And yeah, obviously I don't want us to have like cruel factory farms and crap like that. Who does? But that unfortunately that's the system we got. That's the system we are working in. And until we can find a place that in the industry that actually can be ideal for that and be economically viable, we got I mean, heck, it's hardly economically viable right now, and by that I mean the prices of meat are going up. How are you going to fix that? Don't ask me.
Faith that God is good.
That
There's
is
no
that is
rationalization.
a foundationally circular truth, and it's unavoidable, as everybody's foundation of truth is circular by nature.
No, people can rationalize it now. So, for example, to prove that morality is objective, you can point to a phenomenon like demoralization.
The problem with pointing to demoralization is you have to attribute value to moralization. You have to attribute value to life. You have to attribute, you have to tell me why demoralization is bad. And until you justify why demoralization is bad, you can't actually tell me why it matters or is a proof for anything.
No, because then you have to attach a value claim to demoralization in the first place.
Hey, I just said that.
Which I would have to ask you, where do you put that attachment from?
Demoralization is losing the will to live. So
Well,
certain
okay,
actions one sec.
Telling me what it means doesn't help.
One sec. Certain actions that are done by humans or done to humans will make them lose the will to live. This is
And
demoralization.
what gives life value?
Is that the definition of demoralization?
I mean, demoralization, if I don't remember wrong, is
Oh man, I was on such a good track, and then we got into a definition game.
You say
definition-
that word, but it doesn't mean what you think it means, Teriak.
Because morals are like, if you just look at what morals are, it's we talked about this last night. I'm pretty sure it was the principles of right and wrong behavior, but that to me is subjective based on what I consider to be moral could be different to what Teriak thinks is moral because of our set.
Is
principles.
demoralization an objective phenomenon?
Yeah, I would say so.
Exactly. Alhamdulillah.
Right, but
Is demoralization an objective phenomenon? Therefore, my view wins. That doesn't make any sense. You can have overlap between two or more views. And just because there is agreement that there is objectivity to it, it doesn't mean that therefore your particular view wins when there's overlap. That doesn't make sense. That's just assuming your worldview. Because that's like a flat earth. That's like a flat earther saying, "I don't need."
The same way assuming God is good. The same way assuming God is good, correct?
But you're losing
God is
hope
necessarily
Exactly.
getting a moral
God
challenge
is
without
not being
subjection.
necessarily good, and then go ahead, Kaios.
First of all, Terry, demoralization isn't necessarily the loss of the will to live. Demoralization, I just looked it up right now. It can be anything from a state of lost hope, confidence, courage, marked by feelings, helplessness, hopelessness, meaningless.
Losing the will to live.
That can lead to the loss of will to live, but it doesn't mean it is. Yeah, it can lead that, but it's not. That's not the instant leap, though. You're assuming that's the instant leap is that a loss of confidence or hope just leads to you unaliving yourself.
Yeah, loss of hope. They're hopeless.
It's possible.
Are hopeless people happy people?
Let's say hopeless people aren't happy people. How does that prove objective morality?
No, but they don't necessarily
Exactly.
delete themselves either. They don't delete themselves instantly.
They are on the
either.
path to doing so.
What gives human life?
Okay, let's say they delete themselves. How does that prove objective morality? I mean, in an atheistic worldview, people can still delete themselves.
Value, according to your worldview.
How is that relevant?
Plenty relevant.
It's relevant to
It actually
everything.
is very relevant.
Hopelessness. So if human life doesn't matter, what does hopelessness matter?
I'm just pointing to the physical phenomenon.
Okay.
Yeah, but
So you were using
Yes.
that in your argument for morality and
You still
value.
don't see how it
Yes,
proves
a
that it's
physical
objective.
phenomenon, a physical observable phenomenon.
Okay, can you have physical observable phenomenon without any moral weight to it, like say a dust cloud going across the desert?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
what's
what's the
Like
moral
for
value
example,
to a dust
for
cloud
example,
across the
what
desert?
does the word mean?
I was lost at this point. I like to be good faith and go along with that because I'm sure there'd be things I would say that would come across as out of left field and might come across as off topic, but I was willing to go with it. But what does the word mean? La palabra. I don't know.
If you're asking, putting a gun to my head, 5 seconds to live.
Are you really
I haven't cobbled it together, but go ahead, tell me.
Wait, what you mean? Are you really going to do this? This is a very important thing to it because in the beginning was the word was God. Word means word is one unit of meaning.
What's got to do with morals again?
So when we talk about like what gives life meaning, what gives life value, you're basically asking an impossible question.
No, I'm not.
It's a single distinct, meaningful
because in terms of
element
like,
speech
basically what you're
This is the chaos part of the chaos and chill, as you see on the neon sign on your left. Shapingro says, I agree as Jordan P. Peterson, JPB. I think he means Jordan B. Peterson, has pointed out clearly that axioms always have a precursor of faith. Unfortunately, we know of the trap of vacuous truth from false to everything and anything. I think an invitation to a stream would make sense at some point. Today, today I'm focusing on past debates and analyzing them and putting them in a compendium. But yeah, everything comes down to faith because your axioms. I mean, Jim Bob, even though him and I disagree on some core stuff, we agree on many things, and axioms themselves have to be rooted in something, especially when you bring in personal realities, because if you're bringing in like moral axioms or logical axioms, it has to do with correct reasoning, has to do with correct living and correct thinking, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, we could schedule something at some point. I just don't know when. I'm kind of like, this week I took off my main job and I didn't know that I was going to end up prepping for a debate myself until later. So, you know, I've got a lot of things fashioned out, but there's still things to iron out. And I'll probably spend like maybe another hour on this stream because I got one last debate that I can think of that I want to get to for sure. Give me 1 second.
You're asking me to define what you're asking me to define.
I don't truly understand. I don't truly understand your argument for God being necessarily good.
Yeah.
Could you please?
Try and imagine a universe where God isn't good. Try and imagine a universe. I mean, it's like, what if God was one of us? I mean, it's just like, okay, then he's not God. The universe where God is not good cannot exist. The universe where God is like subject to a law superseding him cannot exist. You know.
So God is necessarily good because he is the foundational mind of reality. He is truth. Truth is not a thing. Truth is a person. And the reason we know truth is a person is because
Shapingro, let me know if you see all the debate between me and Shiva in the panel, because that's coming up later. And this is that one's a little more interesting than this one. But in this debate, I get to do my religion speed run.
We as humans are accountable for how we interact with the things we know. We have a conscience, we have a mind, we have responsibilities, we have duties. That all relates to a person. You cannot be accountable to an empty universe that is meaningless, right? And so God's authority on what he creates and what he says and what he thinks is necessarily true and is not informed by an outside source.
Yeah, but why does it mean that something has to be true means that something has to be good? That's not really the case. Reality shows us multiple times that something true is not necessarily something good.
Correct.
Okay. So there's a difference between saying somebody's car crash was real and they died and that was bad, right? But that is not a commentary on the nature of truth itself, right? That is a commentary on things that happened that were not good. Or if somebody stole from somebody else, the stealing is real. The stealing is also not good. But if something being true necessarily meaning that they're being good, so there's a difference between a true statement in the context of its reality and then truth itself. Truth itself must necessarily be good, because truth itself would mean if it basically because of the impossibility of the contrary. How could truth itself be bad? How could what is real be not be an ought not? It goes back to like the even the question itself is true. Could truth be bad? Would mean that you're still trying to aim. Your goal is to show that truth could be bad. But if then truth could be bad means what ought not be. And then if what is what ought not be, then why ought I know that what is what ought not be? What's the moral imperative for me to know that the nature of truth is bad or could be bad? It just doesn't make any sense. The nature of truth itself, I'd have to spend more time thinking about it, but it's much easier talking about it in terms of God. But I mean, I guess the easiest way I could do it from my current tool set is to say, what is truth without God? And God's necessarily good, therefore truth is necessarily good. That's another way of going about it. But I can give you the reaction I gave that night.
That's equivocation, because you're equivocating things that happen that are bad, that are true facts, versus truth itself, which being truthful is a virtue, right? it's not that truth and lies live on the same equal plane. You'd agree?
That's true. Truth is older than lies, and lies are parasitic. Lies are dependent upon the truth being real and good, and lies that in themselves are wrong. Now, I know somebody could say, well, what about the espionage? Is espionage wrong? Well, espionage involves wrong actions because that's how the game works. Unfortunately, they are a means to an end. It doesn't justify them. It makes it understandable in terms of national security. So that would be a really strong argument to put against if somebody says lying is always wrong. I would say that the lies, in order for protection, while they are understandable, it still violates moral law. And I don't see an authority to lie given in Scripture. I know some people might use like Rahab from Joshua and Jericho and things like that, lying to that the spies were not at her place when they were, or that they went this way and then when they didn't. I'd have to think more on that, but some Christians have said that lying can be okay, and I disagree until I have a better notice. So Shapingro says, depends on your construction. Being incomplete is a form of falsehood. For instance, it is not true that triangles have 180 degrees worth of interior angles. Being incomplete is if you mean like a lie of omission, or if you mean like mere lack of information. Obviously, lack of information in and of itself is not a sin, but knowingly misrepresenting for I should probably eat. It's been like 3.5 hours, but maybe I shouldn't eat. Maybe that's better for my metabolism if I don't eat. But being incomplete is a form of falsehood. I would more characterize something as either lack of information or untruth than falsehood, because falsehood, I think, usually brings in the connotation of lies. And I don't think untruth is the same as lies, and I go over that with my debate with Shiva.
That truth and lies do not live on the same equal moral plane, right?
Yeah, I understand.
One sec, for example. No.
Let him finish.
Let's talk with Santa Claus.
You can have a universe with only truth and no lies, right?
No.
I think this.
Terry X take on this is incredible. He said you can't have a universe with only truth and no lies. That means that in order for a thing to exist, there has to be a statement out there that the thing does not exist. And the thing can't exist until a lie about its existence exists at the same time as a lie about its the truth about its existence. So first, let's say you wanted the moon to exist. If truth couldn't exist without lies, if God wanted the moon to exist, therefore he would have to say, let there be a moon, and then somebody or something would have to lie, the moon, let there not be a moon, or the moon doesn't exist. That's totally absurd.
I don't know what you mean.
Okay, can you have a universe
define truth without lies? Define truth without lies.
Truth is that which is real.
Eric, hold on.
Define truth without lies. You're the one that's saying we're getting rid of lies.
Stop. I'm talking to Brian right now. Brian, can you have a universe of only lies and no truth? Is that possible?
No, you cannot.
Right. There you go. Okay.
Right. So truth and lies are not on the same equal plane. I wanted to prove that truth provides a foundation for reality. Lies cannot. And therefore, if you want to say that God, could be evil, or who's to say that truth is always right? I mean, truth by necessity, it has to be right and has to be good in the sense of like truth must be a reflection of the mind of God, and the mind of God, therefore, because God cannot be characterized by ought not, he must be characterized by ought. Therefore, it would necessarily follow that truth had to be good. Now, I see Speakeasy has stink face all over this thing. Can I zoom in to this guy? I wonder if I can zoom in. Oh, what do I control zoom? Yeah, not really. Okay.
Terry, go ahead.
But I still don't understand.
So you were saying that you have to.
My question is,
have a universe with only truth. It's impossible.
Can I just more or less for understanding.
I'm also not a triangle expert.
You're saying, if I understand correctly, God is maximum perfection, He's truth, so He exists maximum perfection, and perfection is part of the good. He has to be intrinsically good.
So maximum perfection sounds like he achieved like some sort of gradation. God is the foundation of truth.
Oh, here we go. Euclid. Shapiro brings up Euclid. Euclid's postulates are only true in a flat, blah, 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 without space. He wasn't lying. Rather, his assumptions were overly restrictive, thereby leading to falsehoods in curved spaces. Yes. So I would say there are mistakes in reasoning that are not, which are necessary for science, right? You know, but I would not put mistakes necessarily with culpability. For example, if we live in that universe of where a teacher somehow gets into the public school system and teaches 2 + 2 is 5. She has the means to know better and has had multiple chances to avail herself of the means to know better, and would be probably in a state of denial and really damaging denial at that. So I would say in that case, in that case, you would incur moral culpability for having multiple chances to avail her. And whereas if you're talking about things that were being discovered or things being developed, that would be completely different, because now we're in a realm of, yes, we're making some claims, but we're actually pioneering something instead of having something that's been so fundamentally proven and so fundamentally understood that it can be no other way. Here, give me 1 sec. Let me see if I can. I'm gonna move out the studio for a sec. I'm going to take a short break, and in doing so, I'm also going to replay one of the videos I played earlier, because Shapringar, you did not see this. And for those of you out there who didn't see it earlier, I'm going to play this video explaining that racism does in fact exist. And yes, if you can believe that there are people out there asserting racism doesn't exist, I'm going to take a break.
All right, so let's get this settled once and for all. Racism exists, even if race doesn't. So people say, well, it's just tribalism. Well, racism is a form of tribalism, kind of like how communism is a form of socialism. In some sense, it's just a more hard, extreme form. Racism is a harder version of tribalism, and you can use it along ethnic lines if you want to. You can use it up on phenotype if you want to. You can use it on color if you want to. It doesn't matter, because it doesn't exist. The idea of race is this kind of fiction, this ontological, moral, and hierarchical fiction that we map onto people we don't like, right? So you can use whatever lines you want. You can draw the lines wherever you want. It's all fiction, and as I will explain. But here's what it is for real. Racism is a specific form of tribalism in which human groups are divided according to perceived lineage, genetic, or inherited traits. And those divisions are used to assert moral, ontological, or hierarchical superiority claims and inferiority claims. In other words, lineage-based grouping plus essentialism. So we have, what is race? Okay, race doesn't exist, right? Race is just something that you use to categorically exclude people based on your feelings, and you come up with this rationale, and that's what you have used in order to discriminate and think of people as lesser than yourselves, or as morally inferior and ontologically inferior or hierarchically inferior for some reason. The red herring would be to ask people who don't believe in race, what is race? Okay, that it's a red herring, and it's also burden shifting, because it's not up to the people who don't believe that race exists to prove that race exists or to tell you what it is. Okay, what it is just the belief that genetics determine your worth in some way, and determine your essential character, especially in terms of limiting somebody. Like if you want to say, so-and-so is this race, and therefore they're incapable of X, or therefore they always do X. Racism is not where the lines of division are drawn, but what is claimed about the people on either side of them. So if you don't make these claims dividing people by moral, ontological, or hierarchical structures, then you're not racist. Let's give examples of not racist. So we got culture. Culture is not racist. Group preference is not racist. If you're an Italian, you want to spend your time with Italians, that's understandable. You got more in common culturally, and then you're just more comfortable with people who look like you. But that's not racism, as long as you're not making
moral, ontological, or hierarchical claims about people who are not Italian. Stereotypes are not racist. Stereotypes are just the average behavior associated with cultures and different things like that. But that is not making any of those claims. Closed borders, not racist, because that's a civic policy. Noticing physical differences, also not racist. You see physical differences all the time, and otherwise you wouldn't have the ethnic phenotype or colorism kind of divisions. Now, colorism, real quick, colorism, if you're not familiar, is the idea that exactly what it says, the kind of color you are. Like if you're black, you might say this person's a red bone, meaning dark black, and this person's a yellow bone, meaning light black or kind of mixed or something like that. Phenotype, of course, is where people say Asian, Caucasian, black, Latino, all those sorts of things. People map race onto that and say that's race. And people say ethnicity. So ethnicity would be like Puerto Rican versus Mexican. They're both Latinos, but there's ethnic division. But anyway, none of those necessarily make moral, ontological, or hierarchical claims along this list, though they have to violate at least one of these in order to be racist, saying that your lineage, your bloodline, has made you morally, ontologically, or hierarchically inferior for some reason. So we got that. Tribalism can exist without moral hierarchy. Racism cannot. So the McCoys and the Hatfields, you remember the family feud of the McCoys and the Hatfields? They were a couple of families, I believe in West Virginia, just hated each other, and they just routinely killed each other's family members. No big deal. So that's not can be compared to the South African white farmers who are being oppressed right now, because not just because they're farmers, but because they're white. And also the term white fragility. That is a racist term that makes white people uniquely in a place of they get their fragility compared to everybody else from some perception of whiteness, which we don't know what plane of existence whiteness exists on. We just say we have white skin, and that's our clue to judge people for some kind of shortcoming that they have genetically. So you look at trans ideology. They can say a woman is a man who likes to cross-dress. Well, obviously that doesn't map onto reality. Same thing with race. You know, what is it? If we can't ask what a gender is, can't ask what a woman is, you can't, what is a race? You can't ask that. Well, guess what? Transgender ideology is false. Transitioning doesn't exist. Trans people don't exist. People who claim to be trans and people who think they're trans exist, but trans people don't actually exist. All these are in common with the false teaching called race. And by all this, I mean, like, you got cultures, incoherent and without the possibility of defining woman. That's what I'm talking about with the transgenderism part. There's a lot of notes here. So the ideology is still real, okay? The ideology is still real, even though it's false. Let me give you another example. Let's say there was a cult of reptilianism. Let's say I started some cult and I said, kill the lizards. And lizards are just people that I believe are from another planet here to destroy us. So you have to identify who the lizard people are. We have to kill them. All right, so we got eye color. Let's say it got totally split and all my crazy disciples branched off into their own sects of reptilianism. Some say it was eye color reptilianism. We identify reptilians by their eye color. Then another one who split off says hair color reptilianism. We can tell who the reptilian is by their hair color. And then we got attached earlobe reptilianism. If you're attached earlobes, you're a reptilian. Now, these are all equally false. They're all nonsense, and they're still consequential to real life. I mean, you can look at the Pizzagate thing. That didn't happen. And people still got affected by that, by the guy who showed up at the pizza place with a shotgun. So racism exists absent of coherent definition of race, because it's possible to believe something false and that is unprovable, and yet it still have a real impact in life. So let's go over some objections. Objection 1. How do we combat this? If we keep talking about it, kind of like the Morgan Freeman objection, we have to stop talking about it. So the answer is the gospel of Jesus Christ. That puts people on the equal plane that they are already on. And arguments that are convincing. These arguments are not convincing to say racism doesn't exist if no one can define what it is. Sorry, racism is a belief system. Belief systems can exist and be false at the same time. 2, if race doesn't exist, then people can't hate it. Answer, if I can be hated for a crime I didn't commit, the mistake doesn't erase the cause or the threat. False ideas can invite hate or invoke hate. See, I can't even write. I can read, I just can't read what I write. Objection 3, it's not racism, it's tribalism. False dichotomy. Answer, is a subset of tribalism as defined above, right up here. Okay. It just means that we're not tribalistic because you're from Boston and I'm from New York. That's not a moral, ontological, or hierarchical claim. That's just mere rivalry. That's different than having some kind of division saying your bloodline defines you or limits you or puts you in some subcategory below somebody else. Objection 4. They don't hate black people because they're black. They hate crime. So when they think of black people, they think of crime. And if they think of crime, they think of black people. Okay, answer. This is essentialism tied to perceived lineage, which is racism. That's the whole thing here. Racism, it's not the same thing as race, but if you make these claims, that's racism. So this definitely is racism. What if I hate rats? Now, there was a group of people who are once compared to rats. Now, if I say, well, I don't hate people X because I hate rats, you know, I hate rats, therefore I hate people X. What you're saying is people X are rats. What you're saying is, in this case, black people are criminals, if that's your claim, right? That's an essentialist claim. So if I say, oh, I don't hate people group X, I just hate crime, or I just hate this disgustingness, or I hate rats, or something like that, that's still racist. That's still racist because you're saying that the cause of you hating somebody else is something that's real that has to do with them. You're making them into, well, this person is the embodiment of crime, or this person is the embodiment of a rat, but it's not racist because I hate something else. Sorry, that doesn't make any sense. You're making an essentialist claim.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Shapingro, I am not a mathematician. I cannot help you there. I can't even really call myself a logician, really. I just kind of interact with the belief systems. Oh, there we go. That's Spurgeon morning and evening. Excuse me. Hold on a second. Of what is glory and what is excellence and everything. So it's like
his truth, so he achieves maximum perfection, and perfection is part of the good. He has to be intrinsically good.
So maximum perfection sounds like he achieved like some sort of gradation. God is the foundation of truth. God is the definition of what is glory and what is excellence and everything. So it's not merely like there's a scoreboard and God got the highest score. That's not what it is. God is not like a thing in a sea of things, as Cobain the Christian, unorthodox, likes to say. God is completely other than everything else. He is not like the biggest fish in the pond we call the universe. He is not subject to nature. He's not bumping around like we are in space. He is completely other than. So you have to put him in a separate category than literally everything else.
See, the thing that confuses me somewhat as an agnostic, and I think some agnostics would have a similar argument, is that because there's so many different denominations of religions, and not even just within the Christian brand, you can talk Islam, Buddhist, etc. There's you're making a claim and talking.
So this is one of my favorite parts right here. This is where I go over the religion speed run. I wish I could find this, but Greg Bonson had a great lecture where he went over some of the criteria of what makes something the foundation of truth. How do you narrow down which belief system is true and not true? And if it provides a basis where truth can actually exist and be known. And one of the criteria I missed was there must be an actual text. If you're going to have a holy text for this, which is, necessary for reasons of it being personal and, being prescriptive and all sorts of things, the text has to at least claim divine infallibility. Now, the claim itself doesn't actually justify it, but you have to at least make the claim, which is what differentiates Confucianism and Buddhism and all these other things from Christianity and Islam, because they don't even make the claim that there is a God or that the God had divinely and infallibly inspired their holy text. So now it's just what Confucius says. Now it's just what Buddhists say and Buddhism says.
Talking about, hey Jack, how you going, man? It's from a there's what you believe in based on your religious values and beliefs.
Sure.
So you say that's the truth, but is it the truth or is it my truth?
Okay. Do you want to do a religion speed run real quick?
Yeah.
It begins.
And I'll preface, I'm extremely unknowledgeable. And,
Yeah, this should be really good.
and that's why I ask, because I literally don't know.
So, I can narrow it down for you down to just 3 religions really, really fast. Okay, you affirm scientific discovery, right?
You know, I've given a lot of criticisms to a lot of people around this time, and I think it's Rev's turn to get criticized. I don't know where Rev was coming from with this model. I'm going to have him on the show and have him help me figure out how his religion model works in terms of narrowing down which religions are true, or which religion, which worldview is true. You can't have conflicting truths. Otherwise, it's not true. Now we're just back to contradictions.
Right? You're not one of these naysayers who says everything that science proves is totally incorrect. Correct?
Yeah. As in,
so for example, science affirms that the universe itself has a beginning and inevitably, by the laws of logic, will have an end, right?
it does, based on what we know, and science, scientific knowledge
science
of
affirms a Big Bang theory.
Science can't prove that there was a beginning to the universe.
Well, you
Yeah,
see,
but-
the
but
thing
it
is about
goes-
the Big
they
Bang
make the
theory, it didn't come out of a vacuum. Okay,
They-
so
but
making the assertion,
that's
it's subject
that's
to
a problem
change
because
based on
when
how
we start
learn
talking
more
about
and more.
part of scientific proof, we can very quickly argument just say that's the God of gaps. You are
Check it out.
just trying to argue.
God of the gaps. So let's see if I can put together. I've been sitting for a while. Let me see if I can talk about God of the gaps for a second. So the problem with saying God of the gaps is that you assume that between the pillars between these gaps are established to have already been known to be able to exist without God. God of the gaps means, except for the gaps, everything else beyond the gap has been explained to be existing independently without God. It's just something we know it, and we just know it. And so everything else that we don't know is a gap, but everything else that we do know was definitely not made by God, definitely not dependent upon God's existence. Therefore, God of the gaps. Well, no, you actually have to establish the God of the facts, which happens to be like how we know things work. God of the gaps is the idea that we know how a car works, therefore we know that it's not made, right? We know that how the human pulmonary system works, therefore we know God didn't make it. It's a fallacy. It's like, well, we understand that lightning is electricity. We used to think it was God, and now we think it's electricity. It's like, okay, that does not in any way disprove God. It talks. We know more about the mechanics and physics of creation, but that doesn't mean that because we mistook something to be God, that therefore God doesn't exist once we've corrected the mistake. That just doesn't make any sense. So God of the gaps is a lazy hand wave. It's not actually an argument. It doesn't actually clarify anything in the conversation.
And something we don't know by science, just by saying, "Oh, God has to have made it."
Hold on. Let me land this real quick, and then you guys can deal with it after. Okay. So if science itself affirms that the universe has a beginning and will inevitably have an end, okay, this is unanimous across all fields of science. Maybe to the philosopher over here, but science affirms this. I mean, you'll get laughed out of every higher education institute if you said the universe is eternal to a professor. They would laugh at you. Anyways, if we know that the universe has a beginning and will inevitably have an end, then we can narrow down the religions of the world by determining how they view creation. Is there a beginning and is there an end to the universe in any of the world religions? Well, that narrows down really quickly. There's really only 3 religions that affirm a universe that has a beginning and has an end, and those are the Abrahamic religions. Every other religion known to man affirms either
So one sec.
One sec. One sec. That is I think he must have done some kind of psychology into what's the perfect way to cut into a conversation, because it's pleading and it's a reasonable pleading, and so it feels forceful, and because it's like, oh, am I missing something? I gotta listen to this guy. He's saying 1 sec. All he needs is 1 second. I have to let him talk.
I need to correct this. The scientific community doesn't believe that all agree that there was a beginning and an end. Fred Hoyle, Herman Bondi, and Thomas Gold are 3 famous scientists that would make the argument the universe is eternal.
So you name 3 out of the entire scientific community.
the
Okay,
Big Bang
I do-
Theory
So these are
itself.
three prominent. You're no, no. One sec, Rev.
This is why I don't use evidentialist arguments, because then you get into the whole thing of, well, whose evidence is better and whose material model is better, and that's not really my specialty. It doesn't really lock in all of reality like a transcendental argument was going to do.
You're the one that made the claim that if anyone was to make the claim that the universe in the scientific community that the universe is eternal, they would get laughed out. And here's three professors, three PhDs.
Also, they argue about things all the time.
Yeah, you're trying to straw man science.
There are also more
Actually-
than 3 religions that believe that the universe has a beginning and end.
Most of science is theoretical.
I mean, that's not actually even actually correct. We just know for what science, for example, the Big Bang Theory that we're talking right now about it, actually doesn't right now have proven or disproven the existence of a start of a finish. It doesn't just prove the start of what we consider the universe right now. It doesn't prove the start of the world.
All right, do you want me to
It
do a speed
doesn't
run or
really.
not?
Actually, there are many theorems. For example, Borgurge has actually presented the idea of a past finite, but some other haven't. So it's not something like it's absolutely everyone in the scientific community considers absolutely true, and there's a lot of investigation going through for it.
The Big Bang Theory still doesn't prove anything, actually. It doesn't prove really, it doesn't even prove itself.
I'd like to hear the re-examination speed run.
Okay. Can I just do it?
Guys,
I'm gonna try and do it.
let him go. Let him go. I want to.
All right, I want to try and do it quickly and comprehensively as I can without interruption. I'm not trying to filibuster. I'm trying to just be as full as an answer as possible. Is that all right with everybody?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to let you go.
Okay. So in terms of finding out what religion is true,
I cannot wait to clip this.
belief system is true, it can't be atheism, because atheism provides no basis for truth or knowledge whatsoever, based on the fact that everything we would be thinking has to do with merely the acts of physics upon chemicals in our brain. So there's no way to know or discover truth from an atheistic framework. Second of all, it can't be a new religion. It can't be something that came about like 5 months ago or 5 minutes ago, because to have no history is to be on the same basis. Because let's say you had the newest religion ever, and then someone made a newer one, and then someone made a newer one. Well, who's to judge if that's true? It has no basis in history. It doesn't resonate with people for most of the time, and you just expect to come on the scene, and everybody's supposed to sign up to your new thing. So it has to go all the way back. And it also can't be a local religion. It can't
Wait,
be
all the way
some
back to when?
Uninterrupted.
Teriak, hold on. Okay. It also can't be some local religion, kind of like what's the Zoroastrianism. Zoroastrianism is basically the population of Buffalo, New York. It's completely cultural. It doesn't. It might spread a little bit here and there, but it doesn't resonate like the Abrahamic religions, as they call them, would. Also, it can't be any of the Eastern religions, especially when it comes to like any atheistic ones or mystic ones, where everything is all one, right? So let's say that you believe in nirvana, and you have to achieve nirvana by going through multiple lifetimes of doing the right thing, getting good enough karma to reincarnate into the right thing so you can achieve nirvana. The problem is nirvana is the idea.
Those are some eyelashes right there. Speak easy.
That, or at least in these Eastern religions, of oneness, that there are no distinctions, that everything is one. So if there are no distinctions, I am nirvana, I am the Bhagavad Gita, I am Shiva, I am this, and I am that. So this whole earning thing, it collapses in on itself. So you got the three Abrahamic religions.
You did it correctly, actually. I mean, just one point, and that's it.
Let me finish. If I'm doing it wrong, then we'll just wait till I'm done. I'm almost done. And then I will definitely hear your criticism. Okay. So we got the three Abrahamic religions, right? So for Judaism, the Ark of the Covenant is gone. Where are you going to get forgiveness from? If they really believe that forgiveness came from the Ark of the Covenant, then all that's gone. Their whole structure is gone. And Isaiah 64:6 says that our righteousness are as filthy rags. So even the good things we do couldn't satisfy the wrath of God for our sins. We needed Jesus. That's the whole point. Islam is also wrong because it proposes that the Trinity was the Father, the Holy Spirit, the Father, the Son, and Mary. And that has never been part of any Christian doctrine whatsoever. It was a local cult that was near Muhammad at the time, but it had nothing to do with actual Christianity. So if Allah was actually omniscient God, he wouldn't have made that mistake. So it has to be Christianity. I mean, that's a broad speed run. Go ahead, Brian.
All right, so Shapingro, after hearing the presentation, goes, I think I'm going to have to agree with you. It cannot be true, but you lose me if you can say correct is X. Well, I mean, I feel like it seems to me like we can use deductive reasoning for a lot of things, and I think the God of the universe, the God of the Bible, is presupposed and not deduced from nature. Some people try to use the classical model and say that you can stand where you are in nature and use rationality to reach up to God, and I don't think that is truly the case. I think you get tripped up in a lot of ways and by confining yourself by human convention. But it's always interesting to me that people take the route of like admire those who try and figure out what is true, and say admire those who are seeking the truth and question those who find it. It's like, it sounds wise, but at the end of the day, it's like, are we making truth claims subjectively then? Are we saying that because I don't like a conclusion, or a conclusion I am not comfortable with coming to any conclusion? Like, I just don't I guess I just don't understand the reason for the objection, or the reason for the losing you when you say correct is X. So he's saying determining axioms is inductive, not inducive. Well, not deductive. It necessarily cannot be the latter. So that's why I'm coming at it from a presupposing standpoint, and not a deduction standpoint. Now, the deduction part has to do with taking out many of the major religions based on internal critique, and it would be up to somebody else to present a competing worldview that meets those criteria and has an internal critique that favors their view over Christianity. And I don't think any exists left. And I already covered why inventing a new one is not going to do it, and why all the others are not going to do it, and therefore why truth necessarily is Christ. But we can have a more discussion before that. I'm obviously not going to. I don't believe in forced doctrine. I don't believe in forcing things on people's throat. But yeah, okay, inductive. Yeah, okay, gotcha. There is a point where I go through the problem of induction with somebody. I think.
It just one little, just a small point is about atheism. Atheism has two versions of atheism. Has the positive and the negative. The positive is an affirmation that there is no God.
Yeah.
Someone who's a positive atheist is going to say there is no God. Someone who's a negative says I don't believe in God.
Yeah,
It's a little bit different.
Here's the problem with both. The problem with both is the one who doesn't know that there's a God is still comfortable with the idea that the universe we experience could exist without a God, and that God is merely an addition that we're tacking on to a sufficient universe. But the problem with that is they have to justify why they think the universe is self-sufficient.
But that's where agnosticism comes, where you say, I don't know. And that's all right to not understand and not.
The problem with this approach, too, when it comes to, well, what if I'm agnostic, which I can have one foot in one camp and one foot in the other, and maybe God, maybe not God. I don't know. Well, the problem, it's the same thing with when people say, like if I said you can't have a society based on homosexuality, you cannot continue, for multiple reasons with a society that's only homosexuals or chiefly homosexuals. Hey, there's Marilyn. And the crown comes out. Marilyn, welcome to my first solo stream, I suppose. I think I did my first two with Rev. And Rev's going to be doing his own streams too. This is not pigeonhole principle, says Shapingo, unless you can prove all cases have been exhausted, which I claim cannot be done. Interesting. You know what would be cool, Shapingo, is if you put out a formalized dissertation or logical claim of why it cannot be done to prove that all cases are exhausted. I really don't know after that speed run how you could find the space in between.